Okay. Alrighty. We did it. 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 We're streaming. We're streaming. We're streaming. Yeah. I don't like the way that light looks on me. One second. One second. And clank, clank, clunk, clunk. Brightness is good. There, that's a warmer hue. A nice warm glow. Gabriel, a pleasure to see you. First in. Congratulations, Gabriel. You're the first in. Sorry I'm starting a little bit late. My dog, okay, I got a little pug. He's right over there, snurfling around the way he does, right? I gave him a little billy stick, right? For him, it's actually quite a large thing. He very rarely finishes these things. It's just like a little thing for him to chew on. And then it kind of becomes like this gummy thing, right? Gets a little gummy, gets a little stringy, right? And he's chewing on it. And he's like right here. I'm like tooling around, doing some research, playing a game, doing some research, listening to a podcast, right? And this little guy, I look over, right? We got maybe like 10 minutes before I got to start streaming. I look over, little billy stick, gone. Gone. Right? And this is like a solid thing that like turns into like a gummy thing. Traditionally takes him like 2-3 days to chew one of these down. And I looked over at him. He had a full stick. Totally normal, totally fine. Literally turn, look at him again. Billy stick's gone. I look all over the place for it. It is, and by his actions and by the way he's doing everything, this little dog horked down this like hard stick of like cartilage. He just was like, oh, and just ducked that down. And I didn't even notice it. And so what happens immediately? He gets into like the reverse snorting thing. I gotta help him out there. And then he's standing by the door and he's got a look on his face of like, John, I ate too much. John, I have to poop. And I'm like, I bet you do, bud. I bet you do. It'd be like if I folded up 2 pizzas and just ate 2 pizzas. Just like, go, 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 go. And so the end result of all of that is that I had to start the stream a little bit late. Oddity, always a pleasure, my man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh, goodness. So, and also, sorry about missing yesterday's stream. I straight up did the stream the other day, and and then it was like I just, like, my whole body just released, and I just felt like a decompression happen, and I just, like, it was like everything kind of fell out of me. So I needed that evening to kind of wallow in myself. Glad I did, though. Feels good to be streaming again. Feels good to be back. Long Defiant. I feel like you're very new. I think you've been here once before. Or you renamed yourself. I don't remember. In either case, good to see you. I'm glad that anybody's on the other side of this thing. I gotta tell you. I feel so blessed to have anybody listening in. I feel so blessed that when I hit record, there's people tuning in. And what it tells me is that there are people like myself who just need to be dealing with what's happening, right? Like, it is getting to the point now where the Israeli conflict is getting impossible to ignore. But I find that there's only really 2 modes of discussion about it, right? It's either, hooray, anything is happening, right? There's something happening, right? Or, oh, I can't believe these guys, right? And I guess there is a third one, which is, hooray Israel for a genocide, right? Which is just it's difficult for me to get into the mind of a person who's literally saying, I'm so glad that those people are being slaughtered. But they exist, right? They exist. I saw, did I bring this up? Is this in the Discord? Lex Friedman is going to be hosting a debate about the Palestinian genocide. Yeah, here it is. Which I'm going to be watching only because Norm Finkelstein is involved. And get this. So on the side of Palestine, it's going to be Norm Finkelstein and Muin Rabini. And then on the side of Israel, Benny Morris. And then frigging Destiny. This is how pathetic. Matthew, good to see you. This is how pathetic the discourse has gotten, guys. This is how sad and pathetic it has gotten. Okay? Norm Finkelstein is like the one of, if you like, but I consider him to be the preeminent scholar, Western scholar, on the subject of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, right? That there are people within the field who I think have a level of expertise, but Norm Finkelstein is like the man in the conversation, as far as anybody should be concerned, right? The idea that on the other side of the aisle from Norm Finkelstein is a fucking, like, Twitch streamer who made his money playing video games, whose knowledge and expertise comes from, at best, Wikipedia articles, tells you how sad and ridiculous this conversation has gotten. And I more or less feel like this is going to go the same way that the conversation, if you want to call it even a conversation, between Destiny and Richard Wolff went. That Richard Wolff, Destiny asked a question, and then Richard Wolff answered it. And anytime Destiny tried to say anything, Richard Wolff was like, what are you even talking about? It doesn't really have anything to do with anything, right? And that's more or less what I expect this to turn into. Is I expect Norm Finkelstein to basically just say, what are you even talking about? Like, you don't know what you're talking about. This is what's actually going on. It's very obvious and very clear. Resist, good to see you on Twitch. Good to see you. And I mean, this is happening while the Rafah assault began on the Super Bowl, right? For those of you who might not know, although I feel like at this point, I'm not even really reporting anything. I feel like people who are tuning in here are going to be so aware of this situation. But for total connection and clarity, and maybe somebody can even check me on this, the Rafah assault, to call it even an assault, I think is embarrassing, right? That what Rafah is... Oh, sorry guys. Hey buddy. I know, you're gonna do this to me 3 times on this cast, I think. Yeah, sorry guys, I really gotta pay attention to Milo. He definitely overdid it today. So I'm worried for him. So I gotta really pay attention to... Oh, he's a good boy. I know, buddy. What you really need to do is vomit, but I don't want you to vomit. You okay? Is that good? Did we do it? What a good little boy. Yeah, what a good little boy, buddy. What a good little boy, buddy. Yeah, it's a good boy. Thank you, buddy. What a good boy. That's a good boy. Oh, goodness. He's going to be very, very dramatic today. Yeah, massacre. Massacre would be a better word to use. Slaughter would be a better word to use. So what Rafah is it's the refugee camp, right? It's right on on the southern end of Gaza. It's where the Israelis and the IDF told the Gazan citizens to go, right? To evacuate their cities, to evacuate their lives, to flee from the genocide, right? And they set up a series of tents in Rafah, right on the border of Egypt, right? And so it's a refugee camp, is what it is. And right in the middle of the Super Bowl, Israel started to bomb this place. So it's not an assault. It's a continuation of the genocide, right? Just me, good to see you. Yeah, I'm tired of these debates. Nothing good's come from them other than laughing at Destiny getting destroyed. But what does it accomplish? People are still getting slaughtered. The hope, just me, the hope is a raising of awareness, right? That what it really shows you is how clueless Destiny is, right? Like, he's so clueless in his perspective. Like, I think that this could actually do serious damage to his brand, right? Because his brand is like, I'm the omni-liberal, I'm the rational centrist, I'm the one that's trying to move us, I'm the progressive voice, right? Like, that's his brand. And this has really shown that liberals are fascists, right? That communists and anarchists have been right about have been completely right about liberals the whole time. Liberals are fascists. Destiny proves it. That the best thing that can come out of this for him is a realization that he was wrong on his perspective, and then he changed his tune, which is like, oh, so you need to be convinced that genocides are bad. Oh, okay. No. We don't need to listen to people who need to be convinced that genocides are bad. Yeah. But just me, I don't know that that's actually true, that people have made up their mind they're either against genocide or pro-genocide. I think that there are people who, like, I think that there are people who are just stuck in little tribes and communities. I think Destiny represents one of those. And people can be convinced, right? And especially, like, to me, someone like Norm Finkelstein, like, what this debate will do, I think here's the best way to say it. Right? The best way to say it, and why I think this is going to be a good thing generally, even though it's going to be insufferable to watch, right? The reason why it's a good thing is that it will be the clearest moment possible where we will be able to say to the Destiny heads and the Destiny crowds, you guys are pro-genocidal fascists, right? That the mask is off, we no longer need to pretend. There's no suspicion. There's no we think that. There's no argument, right? I don't need to make an argument for why Destiny is a fascist after he encounters Norm Finkelstein, right? After this conversation, if Destiny's position is still pro-genocide, right? And if the people who are listening to Destiny still listen to Destiny as a credible voice, then we get to say that those people are pro-genocidal fascists. That he's no longer the omni-liberal. He's a fascist, and we get to call him a fascist, and we get to call people who say, I think Destiny's an interesting voice, fascists. That's what I will call him after he talks to Norm Finkelstein. Because after that conversation, all deniability is gone. The idea that he's like, oh, well, my perspective is fuck all that. Norm Finkelstein is the preeminent voice in the conversation. He knows more about the subject than anybody else. He is the expert. He is the authority, and he's going to lay out the case as clearly as it can be laid out. And if Destiny still says, nah, Palestinians should be slaughtered and dehumanized, then he's a fascist. And we could clearly call him that. And his followers. So that's why it's a good thing. Not necessarily because it's for them to change their minds. It's for us to be able to have permission, culturally, to use the language that I already use, that these guys are pro-genocidal fascists. And once they encounter Norm Finkelstein, the universe will declare it to be so. That's why it's positive. Yeah, he was pro-cop shooting protesters in 2020. Yeah, I mean, he's always been a fascist. But now you don't need to make an argument. Right? Now you just don't need to make an argument. Right? Oh, you think that humans should be slaughtered in refugee camps. Okay, you're just a fascist. We don't need to have an argument about it. We got a fellow on Twitch. I don't think that Egypt is going to attack Israel. I think that there's going to be like conflicts regarding Israel, but I think the thing that will, like, is there going to be military action against Israel? Tough to say. Tough to say. I don't think it's as cut and dry. Like, Israel has the backing of the United States military. The any country that engages in military action against the United States is like you have things to lose, right? People have things to lose. Like stability, the number one thing that countries look to, right? Countries are not driven by high-minded morality, right? That they can get to that position, right? But the first thing that they care about is stability. Right? That's the first thing that they care about. Right? That's the first thing that they care about. So, yeah, just me, and I think, yeah, Destiny already debated Glenn Greenwald, didn't change his mind. He only argues semantics, like the definition of genocide, which is pathetic. Right? Like, it's literally textbook. Right? Like, the people in the highest offices, like the UN and the ICJ, have already called it a genocide, right? Or said that it's plausible, right? So the idea that fucking a video game player knows more about the definition of genocide than the International Criminal Court of Justice or the UN is just kind of a joke, right? It's just kind of a joke. And so, but in regards to people attacking Israel, I think that I think that you are asking a lot of Egypt and, like, you're asking a lot of Egypt and Syria and these places. Like, especially Syria, which has very recently experienced the United States military. It's very recently become a thing. Like, if there is going to be military action in Israel, it will require more significant backing. And when I say more significant backing, I mean Russia, and I mean China. That's what I mean. I don't mean like Hezbollah, right? Yeah, the USA is still bombing Syria, right? So Syria pushing into Israel seems even more unlikely. Eric announces you're going to start listening to all 27 collected volumes on Karl Marx and Engels. Pace that, my man. That is a marathon. That is not a sprint. Pace yourself. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad about rereading or re-listening to things. Pace yourself. There's a lot of Marx that is extremely dry. He was not writing pamphlets. He was not writing pamphlets. I think that's one thing that I have encountered with people that they think they're going to go into it and it's going to be like a pamphlet, that it's going to be written in order to be read comprehensively, like that oh, anybody can sit down and read. Yeah, okay. Like, he wrote a scientific theory. That's what he is writing. And there are huge sections of it that are written that way. There are huge sections of it that are written that way. So it's a long journey, dude. So good luck. Godspeed. I myself feel like I need to go through that stuff again. Because I feel like the last half of it, I'm just like, I don't think it's stuck, frankly. Like, frankly. So I just need to go all into it. I don't. I don't think. So look, I think that everybody is desperately worried that this could escalate. I think that this could escalate very quickly, and I don't think that Kevin. Good to see you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And I think that the people who live in the Middle East, right? Iraq, Lebanon, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Iran, right? I'm sure I'm blanking. Like the Palestinians themselves, I think that they are all very aware about how this could escalate and how this could become like we think that this is serious already. It could get extremely serious. That the people who are in charge in Israel are insane, right? That they make religious fundamentalists look rational, right? I don't think that Egypt is going to attack Israel, right? Like one of the things that's really hard for everybody to accept, and it's a very tough thing, I think, to accept. XD, good to see you, my man. And this is tough to accept, is that the militaries and the leadership and the people who live in the Middle East likely care more about their own stability than they do about the Palestinians. That many of them likely say that it is a tragedy. Many of them likely advocate for its secession. Many of them likely say, yeah, the United States is evil for doing this. But very, very few are going to be willing to put their own families, their own stability, and their own lives on the line in order to challenge. And let's be really clear. Like, this is not, let's go over into this corner and on the fringes of the United States empire and pilfer some stuff. An attack against Israel is a plunging into the dark heart of the center of the empire, right? You're not blowing something off on the corner, right? You are attacking like the very heart of the United States empire. They're not going to let you do it for free, right? They're not going to let you do it for free. And I don't think that there is a bottom to that well when it comes time for retaliation from the U.S. empire, right? That what the U.S. empire is doing right now is cold calculation. It's dumb, like it's not intelligent what they're doing, because it's driven by the desire to consume more and nothing else, and that's a bottomless well. But the United States is not acting in a way that it acted post-Iraq, for example, right? Post-Iraq, the United States was like a wounded animal that was just lashing out and needed to pour energy somewhere, and it did, right? So if you strike at Israel, the United States is going to lash back. And it's going to lash back in a way that makes Iraq look like baby's first war. Like, and I think the people who live in the Middle East are aware of that. Like everything I just said, I think that they're very, very aware of that. And so the question is, are the people of the Middle East willing to tolerate that? And I think the answer that you're going to realize and you're going to see for the most part is no. No, we're not going to do that. Like, sure, you have small groups like the Houthis, right? Like you've got, and the Houthis, like God bless the Houthis and their blockade, right? And let's be very clear, everything we're discussing has had an absolute impact on Israel, and I think that there are genuine concerns. Right? Israel's finance minister blasts Moody's downgrade of the country's credit rating. Israel has been downgraded from AAA to AA for the first time. Moody's dropped the rating on Israel's debt on Friday, warning that the ongoing war in Gaza and a possible war with the North with Hezbollah could adversely affect Israel's economy. Right? This is not nothing. This is this is a sign that the actions that Israel's are taking is impacting the center of capital, right? That the center of capital is beginning to see, oh, like this could be a situation in which we're no longer going to make money, right? This could begin to cost us more to maintain than it does to have, right? We haven't crossed that threshold, of course, but it's a step in that direction. Because ultimately what Israel is doing is destroying itself. That these sorts of fascist Nazi regimes can't sustain themselves. Because once you finish your slaughter of one group, then you turn your eye on another group, right? That purity cults, right? Which is fundamentally what Nazism and Zionism is, right? Is a purity cult, right? Once you get into this fundamentalist purity cult mindset, there's no bottom to it, right? So once you eliminate one group for being impure or other or some kind of thing, then the desire for purity and that purity cult mindset moves to another group, and then another group, and then another group, and then another group, and then another group, right? And then you start peeling off what was traditionally thought of as the center and the central group, right? So you'll have like a core of Nazis. Well, eventually those Nazis will go through a purge of themselves in order to purge out the impurities within themselves, right? That this kind of cult of purity, which is really at the heart of Nazism, and eventually turns on itself so badly that it self-destructs. And so these systems can't be sustained, and can never be sustained. That like when the Nazis said what the liberals should have done to prevent the rise of Nazism, the answer that the Nazis gave was they should have just smashed us, right? And I think that eventually the Zionists will make a similar statement, because ultimately what the Zionists will do is they will strike out from their own borders in an attempt to spread the project of Greater Israel outside their own borders. That was sort of that is still their project, is to create Greater Israel. And you can't, they're not going to be able to negotiate land grabs, right? They're going to push out of their border with military force eventually. But right now, they're focused on the internal threat, right? They had previously believed that the Palestinians were no longer a threat, that they had them caged, more or less, and that they were inert and passive, right? That they had like an AI overmind overseeing them. Well, the Palestinians proved them wrong. And so that has delayed their ambitions, right? And so instead of using that military force to push out of their borders in order to seize land and create Greater Israel, which is the ambition, they have to turn inward and take over and slaughter these Palestinians. But of course, what this all has done is it's really revealed to the entire world what Israel actually is. And it's naked now, right? It's naked now. There's no pretending anymore. There's no history lesson, right? Like that's the big thing, that it's always been the case in regards to Israel, that there's been something of a history lesson that's needed to happen. They've been able to get away with like a both sides sort of debate and conversation, because people could say, oh, it's complex. And then if somebody was like, well, okay, it's complex, I'm a smart guy, explain it to me. Well, then it's a history lesson, right? And you got to sit down and you actually got to watch a history lesson. It's not a history lesson anymore, right? What Israel is doing in Gaza is unjustifiable no matter what, right? No matter what. There is nothing that Palestine, that the Palestinians, that the Gazans, or Hamas could have done to warrant what is happening, right? Like, there's nothing. Like, unless you're genuinely trying to tell me that the Gazans dropped a nuclear bomb on Jerusalem, which they obviously didn't. Like, there's what could they have possibly done to warrant this action? Like, if I walked up to you with a knife, right, and like cut your arm with that knife, does that mean you get to go kill my whole family, burn down my house, murder and slaughter my neighbors, burn down their properties too, destroy all our businesses, destroy the hospital that you go to get your arm looked at? That's what we're talking about here. So even if you said, well, you cut him, so what? Who cares? Right? That's the scale of what we're talking about now. So no history lesson is needed. The Israelis have really revealed to everyone that they're Nazis. It is very black and white. It's very, very clear. Their attempts to sort of muddy the conversation have failed to anyone with a brain in their head. And so now the entire world is not going to sit by and watch Israel push out of its own borders to try to create greater Israel. There's not going to do it. Like, Israel is a pariah state. It is on the same level, like Netanyahu is on the same level as Adolf Hitler, right? They should, like, when you see Adolf Hitler, Netanyahu stands right beside him, no problem, right? They share an ideology, right? Which previously was called Nazism, but is now currently called Zionism, right? Zionism and Nazism are cousins, right? It's just, instead of it being white Aryans, it's Jews, right? Well, and a specific type of Jew as well, a Zionist Jew, no less. So, so this is going to have major consequences on the world stage. And it's really revealing to everybody. Like, I think one of the things that's really shocking to the global South specifically, right, is the cold-bloodedness by which this is now happening, right? That it's really revealing the capability of what, because one of the things that I think lets fascists and Nazis get away with all of this is that good-hearted people, and even just sort of neutral people, tend to believe that there's a bottom to human depravity, right? Like, if you are a nice person, or just like a regular person, just like a normal person, right, you tend to think that there's a boundary, and that if a group of people, sure, within a group of people, a single bad apple can show up, or someone can lose their mind, or something bad can happen. Yeah, there's serial killers and psychopaths, sure. But it can't possibly be the case that an entire culture would become a culture of serial killing psychopaths. That can't possibly be the case. There must be some kind of other thing going on. Nope. You can have an entire culture of psychopathic serial killers. You can have that. Definitely. You can raise them that way. You can train them that way. And you end up with it. Right? And you end up with it. Keep it nice in the chat. Keep it nice in the chat. Snake, good to see you. Command Genius, a pleasure. As always. As always. Yeah, since October 7th, Hearts of Iron 4 updated their game, so then when doing the communist path for Britain, it releases Israel instead of Palestine now. Yeah. Just Nazis being Nazis. Like, that's fine. Like, normal gamer Nazism stuff. Right? Just obliterate the existence of Palestine from history. Right? Pretty common behavior for this type of fascism, right? For this type of Nazism. Just pretend as though Palestine never existed, even though we literally have like centuries worth of maps. There's a fellow on TikTok that I saw. I wish I had to save the video to actually show you guys. And he straight up was like, here's a map from 1502. Here's a map from 1603. Here's a map from 1805. Right? It's just map after map after map after map. Palestine, 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 Palestine. So like, if Palestine never existed, if it was never an entity, which is such a dumb joke, like the people who say that kind of thing, it's like they might as well be walking up to you and starting with, yeah, you're stupid enough to believe this. Here's a stupid thing for a stupid person to believe, and you're stupid. So here's the stupid thing that you're going to believe because you're so stupid. Palestine never existed. It was never a formal country, and you believe that because you're stupid. It's like the easiest thing to just be like, history of Palestine. Click. And there it is. It's like, it takes like 2 seconds of research to be like, probably not, bro. Probably not. What? You mean the country that houses the holy city of Jerusalem was not a formally organized country? You mean the country that holds the holy site of Bethlehem is not a formally organized country? Do you hear how fucking stupid that sounds? Do you hear how dumb you sound when you say that kind of thing? Like, like, the conversation has gotten so extremely stupid. Because it has to be. Right? It has to be, because it's the last refuge. Like, it's either be a psychotic, narcissistic serial killer, right? Or be so dumb that you shouldn't be talking. Those are your only positions that are left. And people have to say the dumbest things imaginable. Like, it's why the only people who are willing to stand up and fight on the side of Israel are nightclub comedians like Bill Maher, moronic video game players like Destiny, or just straight up little Nazis like Ben Shapiro. Right? Everybody else is like, smart enough to keep their mouth shut. I think I'm happy to ban you, bud. We just got a guy in my chat that's in this Twitch chat that's just here's a hot tip for you guys, okay? This is a really, really hot tip. If you are not smart enough to be polite in the chat, then you're not smart enough to talk to. Real straightforward. Oh, do we have a straight up Zionist? Get back to Liverpool. Hey, get back to Liverpool. Are you a Zionist? Do you support the state of Israel? Because we have a very hard-nosed, hard line on this. Right? We have a no Nazi rule. And that includes Zionists, because Zionists are Nazis. Right? So if you're in here defending Nazis, I'm straight up going to ban you. I'm not going to feel bad about it. And in fact, I'm going to take a great deal of joy from it. Because Nazis are cowards and losers. And everything any communist has ever done to any Nazi was righteous and true, came from God himself. That Jesus Christ handed that communist a sword. I hope you understand the scale of where I'm at. Oh, so you're dumb. I would support either side, but I would say communists are the architects of Nazism. Liverpool, my man, like, do you understand how silly that sounds? Like, do you really understand the silliness of that? Like, it's a silly thing to say. Yeah, Conton showed up right on time. Glad to see you, Conton. Yeah, let's say it again for the chat, for the YouTube chat. You guys can chime in with this. This is going to be good. No, I don't support either side. Yeah, I'm neutral on the position of genocide. Sure, the International Court of Justice said that this is a genocide, but I'm neutral. Those who are neutral in the face of oppression are taking the sides of the oppressor. If you are neutral in the position of genocide, you are on the side of the people committing the genocide. Period, full stop. Right? It's not a respectable position. Right? This isn't like a centrist being like, oh, I'm a respectable person because I'm going to stand by and watch a genocide happen and not even say it's bad. That doesn't make you a good person. Quite the opposite. You understand? Quite the opposite. Not even being able to say to yourself, even, that genocide is bad and the people doing it are wrong to do it. It shows you your position. Was the acts of Hamas on October 7th genocide? Yeah, history began on October 7th, my man. Hey guys, remember how history started on October 7th? Everybody remember how history started October 7th? Isn't that great? How history started on October 7th? Yeah, here we go. Let's get back to your other... So why was the Nazi party full of former communists? Oh my god. These people are so embarrassing. Like, it's just so embarrassing, dude. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, are you talking about the World Socialist Party? Right? That the Nazis took over? Like, the very first concentration camp was a communist concentration camp. You understand? Like, do you understand the silliness? Do you hear how silly it sounds? Adolf Hitler was very outspoken against communists. He literally killed and murdered communists as fast as he could. He was funded by industrialists specifically to kill communists. The idea that Nazism began in communism is, and I'm using the most technical word I can use, because there's no other word to use anymore. I don't know how else to describe it. So this is the only word that remains. Stupid. It is a very stupid position to have. And it's even more stupid to say it aloud so that others can hear it. It shows me very clearly that you don't know anything about the subject. You don't know anything about Nazism. You don't know anything about communism. You don't know anything about Hitler. You don't know anything about Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin. You don't know anything about basic history, right? It's very, very, very naked and very, very obvious. This position that says that Nazism comes from communism is a pathetic joke that should not be uttered aloud. It's so dumb. Adolf Hitler was a communist in the German Civil War in 1918. What a dummy. Like, what a silly person you are. Like, he obviously was not. Read literally a page he wrote. Literally read anything he ever wrote about communism. Like, stop getting your facts from the CIA and YouTube streamers like Vosh. Like, it's so dumb. Like, it's so dumb, bro. Like, for real, show me one paragraph where Adolf Hitler talks about communism. Yeah, he graduated from Reddit U. Like, it's just gotten pathetic. Like at least these like PragerU Fox News brains were trying to promote anything that had something to do with rat, and they were just trying to twist it. Now they're just dumb, right? Now they're just dumb. I thought Vosh was more about horses than politics now. Yep, that seems to be the case. Like it's yeah. There were some communists who joined the Nazi Party. They were known as beefstick Nazis and immediately sent to camps. Like dumb people all over, right? There was a period of time before the rise of Nazism where the Communist Party was actually quite strong. That in Germany, that there was a period of time where the leading state, the state that had the most communists and the state that had the most strength in the most political strength under the banner of communism, was Germany, right? Lenin talks about it in What Is to Be Done. He talks about it, right? And it's a big reason why Adolf Hitler was funded by Western capitalists in order to purge communists from Germany violently. So, like, the idea that, like, a couple of these guys would have dabbled or talked to communists is like, yeah, there was a lot of them. They weren't, like, a fringe group. They were a major political force. And communists across Europe understood that Germany was the center of communism for a period of time, right? So, like, just because a guy went to a meeting once doesn't make him a communist, and it's a silly thing to say otherwise, right? It's a silly thing to say otherwise. Also, the entirety of Mein Kampf is Adolf Hitler telling people he's a real socialist and communism is corrupted by Jews. Right. So you're seeing how he's an insane person, right? Like, you're seeing how he's a psycho, right? Like, your idea that somehow Hitler speaks for socialism or communism is disproven by your own words. I just think you're not very intelligent. So you're not really seeing it, right? You're not really seeing it. Just how you can't see the difference between, like, you can't understand good and evil, right? You don't know the difference between those two things. That you can look at a genocide and say, oh, I'm neutral. And then pretend as though you have the moral high ground, right? So if you're that unintelligent and that incapable of actually grabbing on to the difference between right and wrong, right, then I don't know that I have to take you seriously at all, especially when you somehow think that Adolf Hitler speaks on behalf of anybody, when he's obviously a racist psychopath who used his power to massacre communists, Jews, Romani, and start a major world war. Like, it's an incredibly pathetic position you're taking. It's very dim-witted, and frankly, kind of like morally repugnant would be a good word to use. Like, you are essentially acting right now as a Nazi apologist, right? That you are attempting to turn Nazism into something that it isn't in order to try to smear an ideology you are illiterate about. And so Nazi apologists like you don't need to be listened to. Yeah, right. I don't need to listen to a genocide supporter, my friend. That would be you. So get the fuck out of my chat, you creepy, weird little apologist. Nazi apologist. Bye-bye. Don't need to talk to you anymore. You're a loser. I hope something extremely bad happens to you. Right? I hope that you meet a communist. And that communist does what Joseph Stalin did to the Nazis. I hope that happens to you. Yeah? I hope something really bad happens to you. Get out of here. You fucking creepy little fascist. Jesus. That's just like the most disgusting shit of life. These extremely repugnant, dishonest people who try to pretend like Nazism and communism are the same thing. They're just too stupid or psychos to recognize that the difference. If you don't know the difference between right and wrong, right? If you can't look at a genocide and say that's wrong, right? So if you don't know the difference between right and wrong, then you certainly don't know the difference between Nazism and communism, right? Because you don't know the difference between right and wrong, right? It's like this is a very basic kindergarten place that this conversation has gotten to, right? Like our society needs to go back to kindergarten, literally watch Elmo and Sesame Street and be like, what is the difference between right and wrong? Well, if something happens that's beneficial for people, and if you help people by doing beneficial things for them, that's right. If you do things to hurt people and cause problems for them, that's wrong. Right? I feel like that's how we have to start talking to these guys. Because, like, that's basically where the conversation is now. That we're back in Sesame Street. And as an entire culture, we need to go back to Sesame Street. And learn, like, yeah, when you watch a genocide happen, which, funnily enough, the entire time I was talking to this little creepy Nazi apologist, right, I was showing the history of the Palestinian genocide on the screen, right? If you can't recognize that what you are looking with your own two eyes is a genocide, then you're just a creepy loser. We don't need to spend any time with you. Like, just brutal. Just fucking brutal. Ugh. As if, good to see you. To the right-wingers saying the origin of Nazis were communism. Yeah, you keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. No, I mean, like, the goal of the Nazis and Nazi apologists, like this fellow we just banned, the goal is to make it so that loser centrists who don't know the difference between right and wrong, when the Nazis rise up in power, they won't know where to turn to, because they'll look at communists, and because they're loser centrists that don't know the difference between right and wrong, they'll just allow the Nazis to take over, because communists are just as bad as Nazis. Right? And frankly, all of these loser centrists, what they're going to do is they're just going to bend the knee to the most powerful person. That's what they're going to do. Right? Because they're loser centrists who don't have a moral position and don't know the difference between right and wrong. There's a reason why Jesus Christ says, if you are lukewarm, I will spit you from my mouth. Right? There's a reason why if you read any religious text, or if you read the works of like leaders throughout history, they have this kind of dim attitude towards centrists. Because all centrists are doing are bending the knee to the most powerful people. And so when a guy like this talks, when a guy, what was his name, Get Back to Liverpool, all Get Back to Liverpool is doing is admitting that he's surrounded by fascists and Nazis. That's all he's doing. That everybody around him and everybody he talks to is probably a little fascist or a little Nazi. Right? And he just bends the knee to them because they're the most powerful people in the room. So in that way, he's just still a child, right? And if you're still a child, then you don't need to be listened to or taken seriously. Command Genius writes, Ernst Neckis, I can't pronounce that, was a beefsteak Nazi who was a communist that joined the Nazi party. He was able to not be sent to a camp and ended up creating the Nazbol party. Yeah, what a gift to the world that was. Zian Duval. That was always the point of unrivaled amounts of capitalist propaganda, right? To make people stupid enough to equate confinement with freedom. Yeah, I think that's a really good observation. Make people believe that the cage is good. Mr. Moon, good to see you. Mr. Moon, good to see you, my man. Juan, good to see you too. John, good to see you. How poetic that today's kids are more smarter than adults these days. I mean, kids have access to more information than ever. Than ever. Like, if I was a 15-year-old, I wouldn't be listening to anything these teachers have to teach me. I wouldn't be interested in a single thing that they had to say, right? And anything that they could teach me, I was probably going to be learning on Wikipedia anyway, right? Like, I don't need a gatekeeper anymore. Like that's essentially what the education system amounts to now, right? Right? Like, what is the education system now except a way to gatekeep information away from kids, right? Like, initially, before they can read and before they can write and before they can do math and before they can use a website, right? Before they can do any of that, sure, it's nice to have somebody there to, like, help them figure this stuff out, and they can ask questions, and then they'll, like, read the book and they won't understand it, and then they'll ask and all that kind of stuff. But the moment they can get, like, the moment they can comprehensively read, right? And they can get on the internet, why do you think there's so much CIA effort towards creating YouTube like history in 5 minutes? the communists and the Nazis are the same, right? There's so much effort being put towards that because they know that's where kids are getting their information now. They're not listening to their teachers. But of course, what it's doing is it like, you say that kids are smarter, but no adult I ever grew up with would have ever pretended even to believe that Nazism and communism are on par with one another, right? This is new. This is a new thing that's coming out of this generation, and it's happening because kids are watching YouTube videos made by the CIA and just accepting them as gospel truth because they're too dumb to have critical thinking skills and be skeptical of authority figures yet, right? They still think that their teachers and their parents are actually intelligent people, right? And not just like, and I'm not saying their parents are dumb, I'm just saying that they're normal, right? Most people are just normal, right? They don't have, like, it takes a moment, it takes a minute for kids to have that kind of like, oh, wait a minute, my parents are just regular old Joes, right? They're just regular old guys. That eventually, like, the sign that shows you that you're grown up, right? Emotionally grown up, like, what, that there are different measurements for being grown up. There's being physically grown up, there's being mentally grown up, right? Intellectually grown up, and then there's being emotionally grown up. And you can meet people who are physically grown up and who are mentally grown up, but have the emotional capacity of a 6-year-old, right? Or a 12-year-old. And then you could meet people who have the emotional capacity of like a 40-year-old, right? But are like 12, like physically 12. Like, so it goes all over the place. And the sign that shows you that you are emotionally grown up is when you look at your parents. Do you think, oh, my parents really fucked me up, and and you blame your parents for lots of things? Do you still look at your parents like they're like, oh, my daddy is the best ever in the world. He's the bestie. Like, oh my God, he can do no wrong. Right? Or third thing, do you think that your parents are just like talking monkeys walking around trying their best? Right? And if you're in that third prong, then congratulations, you're a grown up. Right? Congratulations, you're emotionally grown up. You got to a point where you were like, well, I mean, obviously my parents didn't, like, totally screw me up beyond repair because, like, the universe exists and the force of creation exists and they're not bigger than God, right? Like, yeah, maybe they did fuck some stuff up and do some things I preferred they didn't do, but, like, they're not like Jesus Christ and the Buddha or something, right? And, like, obviously they're fallible, but, like, yeah, that's called growing up. That's called recognizing that you live in a grown-up space. And, like, so much of today's discourse, like, I was thinking about this the other day, so much of our mental health discourse sets kids up to be completely screwed up and direct their energy in exactly the wrong spot, right? Let's dig up your family history and dig up your family past and then blame everything on your parents. Yeah, what a great way to keep everybody emotionally stunted. Right? What a great way to, like, make sure that everybody doesn't approach the subject of their upbringing and their familial lineage in a healthy way or with a healthy mindset by starting with that instead of dealing with smaller things and securing people in themselves first and foremost, and asking them very clear questions about themselves in order to get themselves on the ground before you get to that point where you can actually begin discussing your family and your lineage with the understanding that the energy is coming out of you and not from your parents. Because people naturally project outwards, right? They naturally project outwards. They take themselves and they put it in the world, and that's how people are. And so to turn internally is quite difficult for us to do, and it's why we feel like we need a friend to help, right? It's why therapy exists. But near as I can tell, the modern idea is let's blame your parents for everything. So project all your anger and anxiety and everything on them. Cause a major familial divide, cause major arguments within the family, cause strife, cause difficulty, right? And stunt the emotional growth of a generation because they're so busy pretending like their parents were genies and gods and devils, rather than just saying, okay, cool, you're a person, you're alive, here you are, right? Are you safe? Do you feel safe in the world? Right? If you feel safe in the world, if you don't feel safe in the world, we should definitely discuss that, right? Well, are you having any fun? Are you enjoying yourself while you're here? Well, why not? Why aren't you having any fun? Why aren't you enjoying yourself? We should discuss that. Because if you're not having fun, then you definitely are facing a real problem. Why aren't you having any fun? Oh, okay. Hey, how do you feel about yourself? You feel good? You feel shitty? You feel bad? You feel nervous? We should definitely talk about that. Right? Why? How do you feel about the people who are around you? Right? You see how far you have to go before you even begin to talk about anybody else? Right? And people will naturally talk about other people. Right? But like, you should always pull it back to, okay, but like, what can you do about that? And how do you feel about that? And like, maybe you should share a little bit less with that person, and maybe you should do that kind of stuff. But you understand that they're also going through this same journey, right? Like, I just feel like we are stunting our kids in different ways. That they have the benefit of having all of this information, right? And they've got all of this information and all of this connection and all of this kind of stuff. But we are kind of hand-holding them more than we've ever done in history. Like, I sit down and I talk to my mom, and she literally was like, yeah, I could just go wherever I wanted after school. And I would just come home at like 10 at night. And my parents wouldn't be like, why didn't you call? Oh, I was so worried. I would like literally walk in the door, and my mom would be like, hey. And then sit down, maybe have a chat, and she'd go to bed. It was normal. Right? Normal. Just a normal thing. And now it's like every single minute of a kid's life is completely scheduled. Right? It's like a regiment that gets inflicted. Because now there needs to be a regiment. Because the system of capital demands that if you're going to be successful in this society, you have to have this resume. And you have to have like a high specialized skill. Right? You need to show that you're willing to commit and be dedicated, right? You need to prove to the system of capital that you have these capabilities. You need to be physically strong and sharp, and everything needs to be right. You got to dot every I and cross every Q, and we're just jamming kids through this highly regimented life, right? So that the question of, hey, who are you even? What are you even doing here? What is life for you, do you think? Doesn't even get risen. That your parents and your society and everybody around you just grabs you and propels you in a direction. And they might ask you, like, do you like this thing that you're doing? And what are kids going to say? They're just going to be like, yeah, I guess. Like, we're doing it, aren't we? Seems to be important. There's a lot of people doing it. Right? And, like, you're doing this to kids before their brains are even formed, and they don't know anything about the world. And so they just assume that the gods are telling them that this is the thing to do because they're kids. And they just defer to the society that exists around them, failing to recognize that the society is structured to betray them ultimately. Right? Like, that's the structure of the society, and that's how it's actually made, and that's how it's actually designed. That we're taking people who have the most wide-eyed, like naive, rose-colored perspective, children, right? And we're dictating their lives through a system where ultimately we say, okay, now go sell yourself to capitalists, right? All that stuff we taught you and trained you for was specifically so that you could turn around, look at a capitalist and say, I'm a good wage slave. Put me in a position of prominence, capitalist man. I'm a good wage slave. That's the structure of our entire society. And we are streamlining that process more than we've ever streamlined it before, right? That the process is becoming even more ramped up and even more regimented and even more integrated. There's a heavier integration of the capitalists into the structure of education than there ever has been before. And that the whole system is a rocket ship right into being the best wage slave you can be. That's the structure of the piece. And there are a lot of people, a lot of parents, whose entire perspective today is, I'm going to pour all the energy I have into my child so that they will be the best wage slave possible. So that they'll make a good wage and they'll make good wealth and good money. Maybe they'll even own their own house. Maybe that'll happen because they're a really effective wage slave. And if you point out to those people, I know one person in particular who will say to me outright, yeah, it's wage slavery. Absolutely. It's still better that my kid is at the top than the bottom. It's still better. Right? So that's what we're doing to our kids. That we're putting them through this real meat grinder. And we're allowing, and the reason why it's gotten worse than it's ever gotten before is that now we have the CIA, an enormous organization called the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, that exists specifically to lie to our children, literally like 4, 5, 6-year-olds, right? To lie to them about the nature of other systems and other things in order to convince them that this is the greatest thing that any human civilization could ever create. There is nothing greater than this. And it has an impact. Just like if you tell a bunch of kids that Palestinians are animals, then they'll celebrate the death of the animals. If you can convince people of that, then you can convince them that capitalism is just a natural system that springs out of creation. That this is the end of history, this is the best that we can do, and that only a fool would ever stand up and say that you could reform or change this system, because it's just natural, it's just how humans are, right? You can't stop this, right? Which is like the most fascist shit I've ever heard of in my life, right? Can you imagine if, like, back in the 15th century when rape was legal in France, and there were, like, legal gang rapes that would happen in the streets of Paris, if the people there were like, yeah, this is just natural. What are you talking about? It's just natural to be horny and go rape a woman in the streets. It's just natural and normal. What are you talking about? Right? So we are not setting up our kids for success. Some of us are setting our kids up for financial success, but we are definitely setting up our kids to hit a gigantic brick wall. A massive, gigantic brick wall. Because the entire project is designed to fail. And so it doesn't matter how hard you work at it if the system itself is designed to fail. That guy, good to see you. Oh man, I haven't been streaming. That was like a big tirade right there. Eric writes, John, I came to realize recently you were right about how liberals are worse than conservatives because, like you said, they will always cater to fascists while pretending that they are good. Yeah, and many of them believe it. Like, that's the other part of it. Right? Like, a conservative will say, you know, tough shit. Life's hard. Right? And, like, there are clear examples for conservatives and fascists to look at. right? They can look at nature and be like, look, it's dog eat dog, get out there, grind away, cut some throats, right? Tough shit, right? Like it's a shitty ideology. Like it's the ideology of like crabs in a bucket, and it's like pretty low level, but like it's at least got a kind of honesty to it, right? Like at least they're being honest when they say they have the moral capacity of like a lion, right? They've got the moral capacity of like a monkey. Okay, cool. Like you want to be a monkey, you want to live in a monkey civilization. You want it to be dog eat dog, right? Go out there, stab people in the back, betray everybody, right? You want to acknowledge that you're basically just an animal. Cool. Right? That there's no higher sense of this. There's no other thing to look for, right? There's nothing deeper than just be a monkey. Okay. Well, at least you're acknowledging it if you're a conservative, right? At least you're willing to stand up and be like, I am no better than a monkey. Okay, cool. Right? But liberals pretend like they're smart and that they're better and that they actually care about that high-minded stuff. And they'll actually create like, you know, arguments about, well, at least I'm not like the monkey, right? At least I say out loud that I want things to be better for poor people, although I'd never fight for it. And if there was a conflict, I'd bend the knee to the Nazis, right? So, like, it's the dishonesty that comes from liberals. And you can see that now with Destiny, right? Like, he's a fascist pretty nakedly. And, like, so this whole liberalism thing seems to just be a scam. Seems to be just like just seems to be a total scam. Speedy Boy on Twitch. Damn, bro. Don't care for what you're saying, but damn nice beard. Well, Speedy Boy, you'll find that if you talk to me, and you ask some questions, you might be interested in what I have to say. I don't mind if you don't care for what I'm saying, just as long as you're polite. Then we can get on. You'll find that my rhetorical skills, as well as my breadth of knowledge, is just as epic as my beard. That's the first time I've ever said something like that about my beard. So I feel good about how it felt. It felt good to say. Right? Uh-oh. What did MP Oliphant say? I see the news is going crazy. Let's take a look. MP Oliphant. So if somebody's hitting the news, let's just do it. Eric writes, I did some digging about the complete works of Engels and Marx. I was wrong. It wasn't 27 volumes, but 50 volumes. Just to give an idea, volume 1 is about 30 hours of audio read. Yeah, good luck. Unfortunately, the YouTube channel I thought was going to use for the audio did not have all the volumes. My man, I got to tell you, I feel like if you're going to commit to something like this, right? Like, yeah, you're going to be reading it for like 4 years. I feel like you should commit. You should commit and you should actually get a copy. Right? Like for real. Like you're in for 4 years. Right? It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. So like you should get the money on the table. Oh, you can find the complete works of Karl Marx as easily as you can find a Bible. Right? Key Liberal MP rips his government's policy on Gaza. Oh, sorry, Eric, but yes, please feel free to put that in the book section. That would be great. Key Liberal MP rips his government's policy on Gaza war in private call with constituent. Rob Oliphant, parliamentary secretary to the Foreign Affairs Minister, said he's considered quitting. A leaked recording of a phone call with a Liberal MP and a constituent suggests the depths of the division in the government caucus over Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's handling of the war in Gaza. This is happening, of course, when right at the heels of Canada, as well as Australia and New Zealand, calling for immediate ceasefire in Gaza ahead of the Rafah assault. The leaders of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand on Thursday called for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza according to a joint statement released in response to reports about Israel's planned military operation in Rafah. So Canada has finally, now that it's like literally the most obvious genocide you've ever seen in your life, on tape, filmed by people who are saying, we're doing a genocide, with enormous court organizations saying, looks like a genocide, finally calling for a ceasefire, while the rest of us are going like, bro, yeah, call a ceasefire. Well, in the wake of that, key Liberal MP said that he has considered quitting over this. Over the handling of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's handling of the war in Gaza, the genocide case against Israel, and the decision to defund a UN relief agency in the middle of a famine. Sounds like you're working for Nazis, my man. Man, remember when they all stood up and applauded a Nazi in Parliament? Yeah, Nazism. He fought the Russians in World War II. You know, like a Nazi. Yay! As Parliamentary Secretary to Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly, Rob Oliphant has the job of explaining and defending Canada's foreign policy in Parliament. I hope you quit. I hope you quit, you creepy, weird little Nazi. You work in a Nazi party. You understand? Like, the Liberals are basically a Nazi party in my view right now. You fund fascists, you fund Zionists. Your foreign policy is, if it has a swastika or a Star of David, we're going to give it money. That's your foreign policy. You understand? You funded Nazis. You funded Nazis for years in Ukraine, right? So you're a Nazi collaborator at best, right? That's how I'm going to remember you, Rob Oliphant, while you have feelings of guilt for funding Nazis. You understand? So I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you're good for him for standing up, for just a brief fractional moment in one phone call complaining about how he's part of a Nazi collaborating party that's definitely full of fucking Nazis. Right? Like, you guys fund Nazis, you train Nazis, you equip Nazis, and you do the same to Zionists, who are basically Nazis. Like, if it looks like a horse, it sounds like a horse, smells like a horse, it's probably a horse, right? But in his conversation with the constituent recorded on February 1st without the MP's knowledge, Oliphant was clearly less than keen to defend the government. You should resign. Like, if you actually have a moral compass, if you actually have the capacity to be moral, right, and to consider yourself a moral person, Rob Oliphant, resign. Resign. It's the only thing that you can do in order to save face. You work with Nazis in a Nazi party, resign. Don't bullshit people and pretend like I'm fighting on the inside in order to... Yeah, what a joke. You're in a Nazi collaborating party, resign. There's nothing else for you to do. Resign. Instead, he opened up about his reaction to the genocide allegation brought against Israel at the International Court of Justice in The Hague and Canada's decision to defund the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, the main UN agency providing aid to Palestinian refugees. My heart falls down in my body. My head hurts because the only way to get that aid there is UNRWA. Liberal MP Rob Oliphant. He also revealed he's considered quitting his job as Joly's parliamentary secretary. I've come many times thinking, do I quit that job? Do I just go back to being an MP? Oliphant said on the call. No, resign. And say why you're resigning. Like, I know it's your paycheck, right? Like, I know it's a lot of money, right? I know it's a good paying job, right? Oh, your kids, and I'm socking that money away, and my own retirement, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, okay. Well, none of that makes you a good person or moral or anything, right? If you actually gave a shit, you'd resign. You'd say why, right? Yeah. Oh, he's got his pension. Well, then resign. Like, you've got your pension. Just fucking resign. What's your problem? Like, stop dickering. These guys, man. These guys that are just like, oh, what am I supposed to do? What do you think? Like, what do you think? Like, geez Louise, man. The idea that literally every single Liberal MP has not already stood up and walked out of that party shows you exactly what that party is made out of. Shows you exactly what that party is made out of. Right? Like, when the decision came down from the ICJ that the case for genocide is plausible, literally that evening, they should have called for a ceasefire, and they should have demanded that all funding be cut to Israel. They should have literally passed that legislation that evening that happened. The fact that that didn't happen, every single MP who wanted to maintain their credibility should have stood up and walked out of that party, instead of being a now Zionist collaborator. You fund war, you support war, you collaborate with Zionists, you're the same as Nazis and Nazi collaborators. Get fucked, Rob Oliphant. Resign. He also made no statements in that exchange that he would not be willing to defend in public. When I read that we were pausing money to UNRWA, I'm going to be very clear, it was political. And I don't just mean domestic politics. It has to do with our allies, Oliphant told his constituent. I thought it was the wrong decision. Canada was the second country in the world to suspend its funding from UNRWA, following the United States. It did so in response to an Israeli claim that 12 or 13 UNRWA staff had participated in various capacities in the October 7th attack on Israel. Yeah, I mean, Israel is going to say that, right? You know why Israel's going to say that? Because they've already said out loud that there's no innocents in Gaza. They've already said out loud that it's everybody, right? That they're going to bomb everybody. They've already said that out loud. So of course they're going to say that anybody who gives even a penny to a Palestinian child is the same as a genocidal maniac, right? Like, of course they're going to say that shit. Like, it feels like this guy's just trying to save face, right? Feels like this guy knew that this was going to happen. I wouldn't be too surprised to find... Look, these liberals are total snakes, right? They're completely willing to work with Nazis, right? So I wouldn't be surprised at all if this dude set this call up himself in order for it to be leaked in this manner, right? This is exactly the way a liberal would operate. You got to understand, these people are not straightforward, right? They're slimy little snakes who will stab you in the back. That's what liberals are. And so a slimy little snake who probably feels a little guilt in his heart, right? So we found a liberal that has like, a little bit of compassion for the people that they're funding the slaughter over, right? Well, he's deciding that now he's going to be a slimy little creep to his own party, right? Because he's got the feels. There's a little, my sense, my feeling of my eternal self is telling me that I'm doing the wrong thing. Because we're all part of God's creation, and I'm definitely doing the wrong thing because I'm murdering myself to help myself. It doesn't make any sense. Oh my God. So he's taking that energy, and instead of doing the right thing, which is resign, he probably set this phone call up himself, right, to have it leaked in this way, to make a point. Yeah, I'm the good liberal. Like, the only way you would convince anybody of that is through your resignation. This is just sloppy, slimy bullshit, right? Like this for real. Like, this is just sloppy, slimy bullshit is what this is. Instead of just resigning, making this statement publicly and resigning over it, and then having the conversation that way, you're going to stay in your seat, you're going to keep working with this party, but you're going to just slyly release this out in the public to cause like a little tizzy to be like, right? Why? Because he probably has parliamentary ambitions of his own, right? He's probably going to like run to be the fucking prime minister in one of these things, right? Like, these people are all like this. They're just slimy little losers off on the side. Resign. Say that the Liberal Party is a corrupt, dead party, that nobody should be part of it. Resign. Let the party collapse. That it should collapse, right? It should collapse after this bullshit. After like literally applauding Nazis, like it should collapse. I'd be happy to watch it collapse. I would be over the moon if in the next election the Liberals ended up with 2 seats. Right? I'd be over the moon about that. Yeah, liberalism is freedom for the rich. Inverted Mystic, good to see you on Twitch. Yeah, it's like Vosh is a DNC shill. Yeah. I love that like Vosh is 100% in the news right now for being like a creepy weird pedo. It's great. It's super great. Okay. Yeah. Here's Jugmeat Singh. Let me know if this audio is terrible. Sorry if it ruins your ears.
Netanyahu's bombing of Rafah and potential ground incursion will be a slaughter. Thousands of innocent Palestinians will die. The Liberals act as if they're concerned, but they authorize $28.5 million in new military exports to Netanyahu. The Prime Minister has the power and the responsibility to protect civilians. When will the Prime Minister stop selling arms to Netanyahu? Hear, hear.
So, NDP, finally, coming out hard on it, right? It's good to see that there's anybody in any position of power anywhere, in any European and Western nation anywhere, that's actually standing up and saying these sorts of things. It's nice that it's finally happened. Yeah, 50% of Biden 2020 voters polled said that this Israel is committing a genocide. Yeah, we reported that yesterday, June, or on Tuesday rather, June. Good to see you, by the way, June. Greece legalized gay marriage. Good for Greece. Well done. You did it. Right? You did it. Ugh. Yeah. Netanyahu's not the fall guy. Fuck that. Israel needs to step down. Israel itself needs to step down. Yeah, right. Good luck with that one, Conton. That's a long journey, that one. Did I make it clear on my position about this liberal MP guy that he should just resign? Right? Like, I mean, obviously, like, Justin Trudeau should resign. Like, these guys should resign. Like, I would have more respect. Like, it's just this classic dishonest liberal tactic bullshit. Just resign. Just resign, man. Yeah, even though he's unpopular among the young voters and people literally call him Genocide Joe. I love AOC, but I feel like she needs to step up. She was like, I know I said I was anti-establishment, but I think everybody should support Joe Biden. Yeah, I mean, look, like, the Democrats are not better than the Republicans, right? Like, it's this is actually classic, right? This is classic. That Democrats are better actors, right? That's it. They're better actors. That the greatest Republican that ever lived, according to modern day conservatives, was himself an actor, right? Like, people can be swayed by actors and by charismatic speakers and by people, oh, he speaks so well and he sounds so intelligent. There must be something to what he said. Like, that's how Jordan Peterson has gotten so far in the game, right? Because he speaks authentically and passionately about his bigotry and racism. And he's smart enough to understand how to couch it in language so as not to just be like, oh, black people are inferior, right? Like, he's got this whole structure of speaking, and he understands not to out himself so thoroughly. And like, Democrats are just better actors. They understand, like, oh well, I should speak in a way that's actually acceptable on the world stage, and like, Bill Clinton literally stood in front of everybody and went, I feel your pain. And while he was president, he cut children's welfare. Like, the guy's a sleazeball, right? The guy's like a total sleazeball. But they're better actors. Yeah. Instead of saying black people are inferior, they just say urban people are inferior. Yeah, urban is a clever way of doing it, right? Well, it's like this woke stuff, right? It's wokeism, woke. Like the reason why they've really grabbed onto this woke is that it lets them say all the stuff they want to say about black people nakedly and openly, but they just say the word woke, right? And then when challenged on it, they can always put up the image of a white woman with like the hair and like the piercings and the black frames and the and all like and the makeup and all that kind of like the crazy like the look. You know what I'm talking about? The look, right? And they can be like, "No, that's what we're talking about with the woke crowd. That's what. It's not racist. How dare you? How dare you?" But so it's all a cover, right? They've got their cover story worked out, right? But at the end of the day, they're talking about black people. Like it's like when Ben Shapiro says, "It isn't about race, it's about culture." Yikes. Yikes. I don't hate black people's skin. I hate their culture and the way they talk and and the way they think. So it's their culture. I'm not racist because racism is only about skin color. It's not about culture. Yeah, you can't vote for Hindenburg to stop Hitler. Yeah. Oh, just me coming out with the conspiracy theories. AOC is CIA. I don't have proof. AOC doesn't need to be CIA. Right? AOC doesn't need to be CIA. She's look, she can be as well-meaning as she wants. She's just like not going to be effective. We have a new commenter on Twitch, Vfro2. Young people have to come to this realization that older people have known for decades. Both parties exploit you to enrich themselves and don't care about common people. I don't know if the older generation knows that. I think that the battle line between the Democrats and the Republicans is well carved. And people tend to fall into tribes, right? Every generation starts from square one, and each generation has its communist revolutionaries and fascist elites. Nothing really moves. It's a perpetual cycle, and it suits those in power just fine. Yeah, I mean, you're just describing like the cycle of capital, right? That as long as the perspective, and this is the reason why the two-party system is so successful under capitalism, right? Is that as long as you can get the attention of the people focused on party politics, right? Republican versus Democrat, liberal versus conservative, Tory versus Labor, right? As long as you can get them focused on that level of politics, then capital will always maintain its power because both parties fundamentally work for the system of capital, right? And capital owns both parties. So as long as the debate is between Biden v. Trump, then capital wins, right? And maintains the cycle that you describe. That if you want to break that cycle, and there is a way to break that cycle, we've seen countries break that cycle and actually improve their society dramatically, very swiftly. The way to break that cycle is to remove capitalists as a class from your society, or at least, as the Social Democrats argue, subordinate them, right? So the Social Democrat position is to subordinate capital to the wishes of the populace. I don't think that that's a successful long-term strategy, but that's the argument that the Social Democrats make. The communist position is remove the capitalists from the conversation completely, seize their assets, jail many of them, because I mean, especially the ones like the guys in the fossil fuel industry who have who have disseminated propaganda and misinformation about climate change in the society should 100% be in jail for it. Like 100,000%, those people should be in jail. The people who knowingly committed the 2008 financial collapse, those people should be in jail. Instead, we gave them $200 billion and said, don't do it again. Yeah. And now look at our housing market. The reason people like AOC won't stand up against the Democrats is because maybe she saw what happened to Bernie and believes she can't win the moderates, even though she could easily. Look, I think that there is an argument to be made, and I have heard liberals and people who would call themselves progressives, right? So there's like conservative, and then right beside that there's liberal, and then right beside that there's like progressive is what they call themselves, right? And it's like liberal, but like not quite a liberal, more progressive than a liberal, which is why they call themselves a progressive, right? And the progressive argument, like a guy like Sam Cedar would call himself a progressive, but he's fundamentally a liberal, right? But I think he's a little bit further away. Like, it's a gradient, right? Like, this is a problem when discussing these things. It's a gradient, right? Yeah, fundamentally an incrementalist. That's a good way of putting it, just me. They believe that it's a big ship, and I mean, this isn't inaccurate, that it's a big ship that takes a long time to turn, and that many of these conversations are actually intergenerational, right? And so the argument that these guys would use, and a guy like Sam Cedar I think is the perfect person, because I think this is the argument that he uses, and from this perspective, like, it's not insane, right? To say, well, AOC is going to sit there, and she's going to be in that position, and very steadily, as the older guard leaves, and as the Democratic Party begins to shift to the younger generation, more people like AOC will come in to the caucuses. And if AOC is on the right side of history, as we believe, then we see her as the tip of the spear. That a guy like Bernie Sanders has been adopted by that movement as somebody who always was in the Democratic caucus and always was in the Senate. Oh my God, is Bernie Sanders a senator or a congressman? He's a senator, and they've adopted him as something of like not father figure. That's but like a patriarchal figure. That's a bad word to use too. As Grandpa Bernie, whatever. You guys know what I'm trying to say. And they see themselves as the tip of the spear. And that as it moves forward, more people will join them and more weight will be pushed forward, and they'll be able to get more and more through, and they'll point at small little things that Joe Biden did and how they said, like, see, we said we'd push him to the left and we pushed him to the left. We got some things. He passed a climate change bill, right? Small, incremental, tiny little things. So while he's committing a genocide, he's also passing a climate change bill. And I mean, when you take a look at the legacy of Obama and Clinton, it's like, I mean, I guess from the Democratic position that is progressive, right? Those guys were genocidal maniacs too. It's just that now we live in like a social media world where you can more easily get that information, right? Like when Obama and Hillary Clinton were committing the atrocity of Libya, nobody knew about it. Nobody gave a shit, right? When Clinton was bombing Kosovo, nobody cared. Nobody gave a shit, right? And so the argument from the progressives is that very steadily over time, the AOC contingency will become larger, and they'll be able to finally push forward. And now they've got to put concessions on the table and make concessions to the Democrats as they are now, or else they'll be sidelined. And they point at people like Dennis Kucinich, who did get, and Ralph Nader, who got chased out of the caucuses and got chased out of the party, right? But I think like this is just me is just laying it out. The longer she's in office, the more she'll be corrupted. Her career mirrors Pelosi's so well. Nancy was a radical from San Francisco when first elected, was all about Medicare for all. Yeah. And ultimately, I think the thing that'll be revealed as time moves forward is just how little influence the Congress and the Senate and the presidency, that the electoral system has on decision making. I think this is something that's not really well understood. That sure, they have to pass some legislation, right? But ultimately, these people answer to people who have actual power, right? Like, the military has actual power, right? Like, if you have the ability to call up a group of men who will kick in your door and shoot you, that's power, right? right? And there is an organization in the United States that has exactly that structure. And it has gotten to the point now where it's very clear that there are definitely groups of men who are completely fine with indiscriminate slaughter, right? Within the United States military, there are for sure just huge groups of men who are absolutely willing to just walk down the streets and just be like, and just shoot people, right? And what, you think it's going to be different if they're told to go to a white guy's house? Right? Like, and so I think that a lot of these politicians, like, they might go into that position and think that they're going to do something or do all this kind of stuff. They just get whipped. Right? They just get whipped. And can you imagine if they actually tried to do something that was outside of the boundaries of acceptable discourse? It'd just be an accident. Right? It'd just be an accident. And they would just, oh, that person, they're gone now. Oh. You think the military or the CIA had something to do with that? Pff, conspiracy theory. Conspiracy nut. Like, this is why I fundamentally see through this argument, is because I don't think it's very serious. I think it pretends as though the center of American power is still the electoral system, when the electoral system long ago revealed itself to be nothing more than entertainment. That there are people throughout American history who saw that for the truth that it was. I think about, like, Frank Zappa has a really poignant quote where he says, if it becomes too expensive to maintain the system, then they'll just take the chairs down, remove the dressing, and all you'll see is the stone, is the cold brick in the back of the nightclub. Right? Like, that it's all just a show. Right? It's all just a show, and the only time something happens to progress an issue is when some group of politicians see that it will benefit them personally. But if what they're going to do puts them at odds with the men who can come and kick in their door, then they're definitely not going to do it. Right? They're definitely not going to do it. And, like, the United States military, like, Eisenhower warned us about this, the military-industrial complex and all this. Like, the United States military has an enormous amount of power. Right? And, like, these weaselly, gross little politicians are not gonna change their minds when these guys literally have, like, a supremacist attitude. Right? These guys are literally standing there saying that if you're an American, you're a superior person, right? And not that long ago, if you were a white American, you were a superior person. And we have the right to go into the world in order to, quote unquote, spread democracy. Like, their whole ethos is, we are better than you, and we're coming to make you like us, because what you're doing is inferior. Like, it's crazy. It's brutal. This might sound ignorant. Good start, inverted. I love sentences that start this way. I do. This might sound ignorant, but Republican voters are more communist than they think. Sometimes they accidentally say very communist stuff and don't even realize it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I'm sure to point it out. Anytime I start talking to those guys and they start talking about solutions or ideas, I look at them and I go, wow, now who's the communist? Because that's there's a reason why mega communism exists. And one of the reasons is that you do have a lot of these guys who are actually starting to read this shit. And their takes are bad because they're still infected with American patriotism, right? They want to believe that their country is good, and so they're clinging hold of American patriotism. Good to see you, Waita42. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're here to be beautiful. Yeah, they all get book deals that they're bribe all the squad members of the best-selling books after being elected. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need books. Like, literally the stock market. Like, the insider trading is off the chain, right? You just literally sit in on meet. You don't even need to have somebody come up to you and be like, sir, you'll never believe it. And then you're like quickly like, oh my goodness. Like, you're literally going to be sitting in a meeting, right? And you've just been put in this, like, group. What are those called? Council meetings, community meetings. I forget. Why am I blanking on that? That sucks. I'm blanking a lot today. That sucks. You'll just be sitting in one of these meetings, and there'll just be a guy there who will be like, Senator, if this legislation is passed, it will immediately increase the value of this company by 350% overnight. The stock will go through the roof immediately if you do this, if you pass this piece of legislation, Senator. And here's all the reasons why that'll happen, Senator. So please, when you vote on that in 3 weeks' time, and it goes yay, please be sure to vote yay. Thank you, Mr. Senator, for increasing the value of my company by 350% in a single night. Right? And some little congressman over on the side who wasn't even being talked to and probably only asked one question the whole time. And the question that they asked was probably like, so on article page 52, article B here, it says that you are an equal opportunity employer. Is that correct? Oh, well, that's very nice. Oh, well, thank you. And that's probably the only question they asked. Well, what do you think they're going to do? Right? Like, what do you think? Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, can you just put, like, a bunch of money in that stock that I was just in a meeting for? Like, and it is that straightforward, man. Like, it is that straightforward. There's no secret clandestine meeting. Like, it's all naked right now. It's all right in front of your face. Yeah, mega communism is hilarious, dude. Yeah, patriotism is indoctrinated in them from school to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, that is kind of what it is. That they, in a way, it's kind of sweet. That's why I do have sympathy for these guys. Like, that's why the mega communist guys, I never want to stand up. Like, take a look at the propaganda, guys. Like, the propaganda is real, right? I never want to stand up in front of these guys and be like, you bunch of fucking idiots, you're so... Because, like, it's kind of sweet. There's a sweetness to it. Like, they love their dad, you know? That's kind of what it is. That they're just like, America, land of the free, home of the brave. Sure, we've done some bad things in the past, and I acknowledge that. You know, the war on terror was a terrible mistake. And I think that's a terrible mistake what we did in Iraq and sent those troops over there. I think it was a terrible thing, terrible waste. Think of all the money we could have done. We could have helped a bunch of people out here in America with that money. We could have helped those people at home with the money that we spent overseas. What do we get from it? We got nothing. We could have helped everybody, and instead we went over to Iraq and caused a bunch of problems for people. Nope, we shouldn't do that. America first. America first. That's what we should be doing. America first. Where we should be putting our money, we should be taking care of our own. That's what we should be doing. Right? And I love this country, this greatest country in the world. And yeah, we've gone astray, but boy, howdy, can we ever pull... And when we pull that back, I believe that America will regain its stature on the world stage, the greatest country the world's ever seen. America, America, right? Like, it's kind of sweet. There's like, it's hard to be mad at that guy, you know? Like, it's like, he's not really a grown-up, you know? Like, it's a very charming way to think about the randomly generated spot you spawned out of, right? It'd be like celebrating the tutorial zone, you know? But like, you know, it's at the same time, it's difficult. It's difficult to stand up and actually say out loud that, no, like, the whole history of what we call Western civilization, the whole history of America, the whole history of Canada has been nothing but a bloodletting. It has been like a ritual sacrifice. Like, really. That's what it's been the whole time. And it hasn't been different. It hasn't been anything else. Right? That maybe while that's been happening, you can point at little moments where we stopped the blatant bloodletting and the sacrifice and said, well, maybe we should let certain groups have more rights. Maybe we should let some people have a little bit more wealth. Maybe we should do that kind of thing, right? But if the rubber hits the road again, the country will just ramp up the bloodletting, because that's what it's always done. That's its heritage. That's its lineage. That's what it's steeped in. That's what it knows, right? And it hasn't grown past that. It's just had like a little fleeting, flickering little moment. And as social media and as this technology develops, and as we continue to film humanity, like, to me, that's the thing. If we don't get blown up by climate change, to me, the thing that's going to accelerate humanity's development faster than anything is us watching ourselves in real time. Because all of the shit that we have done throughout history, we're going to start filming it. Like, you think about the Gaza genocide, we filmed the whole thing. You think in 5-10 years, people aren't going to look back on that and be like, holy God, holy fucking shit. And that stuff's just going to keep happening. And we're just going to keep doing it. Right? But instead of it being like it occurs and then you kind of hear about it, and like if you go to university, you get to read about it. Right? Instead of it being like that, you're going to see it happen in real time. You're going to be able to type into a computer, news in country, and you're just going to be able to see the genocide that's happening. And they'll just have it. It'll be 24-hour live stream. They'll just, people will be standing up. We need to massacre the Totwathki people because they did this to us 520 years ago. Right? And it's just going to be like a and we'll just be able to see it on film. Right? So any illusions of like America as being a progressive kind of like what a junk take. What a garbage brain you must have to actually believe that your country is this advanced civilization, right? Why? Because you have an iPhone? Like, I literally saw a clip today of an old Joe Rogan thing where he had that white supremacist, the guy that started the Proud Boys. I forget his name offhand. Somebody in the chat, let me know. And and he's literally trying to say that we're the greatest culture. Like, we are the greatest. Like, straight up, we're committing a genocide. Like we go overseas and bomb the shit out of everybody. I guess they're just inferior, though, right? So you can do what you like to them, right? Gavin McInnes. Yeah, you think if you bomb people back to the Stone Age, they start acting like they're in the Stone Age? Right? That's my favorite thing that these frauds always do. They omit from the discourse our actions against the country and then critique the country as if our actions never occurred, right? If you bomb a people back to the Stone Age, they will act as though they're in the Stone Age. Why? Because they're in the Stone Age. You bombed them there, right? So to turn around and then say, look how backwards they are, they're in the Stone Age after we bombed them into the Stone Age, is cowardice. It's moral cowardice. And these people are frauds and should not be listened to as serious voices. Inverted Mystic says, unless you're an anarchist and believe countries are inherently evil, anarchists do not believe that countries are inherently evil. They believe that states are inherently evil. And there is a distinction. There is a distinction. In the UK, our patriots are always in the pubs. Yeah, that's how you find them. Oh, we got a big chunk of text from a first-time chatter. Your neighborhood sheet poster. I like the name, dude. I like the name. Well done. Well done. Good. I gotta tell you, my man. Good for you for pushing against those rules. Good for you. You know what the rules are. You're breaking them on purpose. You're not breaking them. You're pushing the boundary of acceptable discourse. And I see it. It's right there. Your neighborly sheet poster. Well done. I applaud you. Problem also with abundance of film material around a conflict could backfire. in purposefully edited material, where it's hard to shuffle through what's true or not, what's nuanced and what's not. This is becoming progressively more problematic with social media and Twitter clips. It is why I say that you shouldn't trust anybody in a war. I said that all the time when I was talking about the Ukrainian conflict, right? That you can't trust what anybody is saying because everybody's incentivized to lie, right? And one of the things that I think I've learned is that, like, that's how aggressively wrong the Israelis are, is that they can no longer lie. It's just so obvious, right? It's like they can't edit it. They can't. The truth is too great. It's too overwhelming. There's no way to come back from it, right? Like literally Israel has had to lobby TikTok. Get this. This is something that the Israeli government did recently. It lobbied TikTok, right, in order to censor material from the Gaza genocide because its own soldiers were posting videos of them celebrating the genocidal acts and talking about how they love to commit this genocide. Right? So it's Israel's own soldiers that the Israeli government is lobbying TikTok in order to censor off of TikTok. Like, that's how much the genie's out of the bottle for these guys. Right? That's how screwed it is for these guys. And the, you know what? I'm just going to put this up. Maybe I'll put this one up instead. Here you go. Just to have it up. So even if you have historians curate this shit, it's easy to become muddled by over-information that's unverified. Yeah, that's definitely a strategy, right? It's a strategy that has been very effective in the American discourse, which is if people have access to all this information, then attempt to overwhelm the system with information, right? So that it just becomes a static haze, and it becomes like a job in order to sift through it, right? And make it so that nobody knows who's telling the truth. Nobody knows who is, or nobody knows who is correct even, right? One of the things that Matt Taibbi pointed out that I really think is actually quite true is there isn't anybody who's just willing to tell you what happened anymore. That news media has become very editorialized. And so there's very much like our take and our position and our narrative and our spin now, but nobody is actually saying there's no articles coming out that are literally just this guy went to this place and said this or did this, just to show you what happened. Like you'll often find that news media articles will say Vladimir Putin stood up in a speech and gave a speech, and in the speech he said something like this, but it's like, you could literally just link me to that speech, right? You could literally put in your article a link that I click on and it takes me to that speech, right? But they don't. Why? Because they don't want you to listen to Vladimir Putin. They want you to listen to what they have to say about Vladimir Putin, right? And so it's just a haze of noise. And it's the reason why channels like mine are starting to become successful. It's the reason why people like me are beginning to get turned to and listened to. Because if we're willing to listen to people like Dave Chappelle or Jon Stewart, then we should start listening to people who aren't dedicating their lives to being clowns, right? Like, we listen so attentively when the clowns speak, maybe we'll start listening when other people start to speak. State apparatus refers to bureaucratic structure. Country is more of a nebulous ethnic and cultural shared identity that's also tied together with the state. Yeah. I mean, yes, specifically in the communist lens, the state refers to what we would call the police, right? The ability to do violence. That what a state is it's an organism it's an organization by which one minority group forces its ideology or law on another, right? One group enforces itself on another. So in the case of communism, it's the bourgeoisie, right? The capitalists, the worthless parasites who just have little pieces of paper that say they own everything, that through the power of the state inflict law against the proletariat, or the workers, right? Which is everybody else, the people who are actually doing the work, who are actually making the business of the society actually happen. And so there is a difference between the state and then the country, right? Because we're all part of there's like ethnic and religious aspects to a country. A country is not simply its state. A country rather is a much larger idea than that, which is why large federated bodies will often break up, right? Which is sort of what I argue for ultimately, that America and Canada eventually, and the EU eventually break up, because we don't actually have the idea of a country. Like, you can't keep a large country like ours going without unifying projects or a unifying principle. And we don't have that. We don't have a unified first principle, and we don't have and we don't have very many unifying projects. And the unifying projects that we do have are heavily under assault by people who want to vulture from it. And and if you don't have a society, if you have a country that's pulling more resources out of its citizens than those citizens feel like it's getting back, then independence movements and separation movements are inevitable. And I think that within my lifetime, probably at the end of my life, we'll see a successful independence movement within the United States. That's something that I'm calling, because it is an inevitability, and I don't think the United States is doing anything to prevent it. And in fact, it's doing everything it can to accelerate it, and to make it more likely. As with each passing day, it's more likely. Because like if the United States was actually interested in being a real country and actually staying together as a country, then there's a lot of things that they could do, right? They could have already created a jobs program. They could have already put a bunch of people to work, right? They could have spread a bunch of wealth around, right? Like a guy like me, I could have been put to work 40 hours a work week, getting paid $60,000. Running being like the assistant director of a theater, right? And if you think that's a joke, that's literally what FDR did. He like gave money and created middle-class jobs for people to do like arts and stuff, and to like to help build a society and build a civil society, right? Like people were just given jobs. This whole idea of just go get a job, well, it's coming out of the mouths of boomers who literally could walk into a room and be like, hey, I don't have a job. And they would go, oh, here's your job. Report on Monday. Right? Just go shake his hand. And everybody would be like, oh, yeah, I'm hiring somebody. There's government support systems for that. Right? So these guys who are just saying just get a job are saying it because they literally had their balls coddled by the government, and then say government handouts are bad. Because they don't actually understand the system they're critiquing. And so the fact that there isn't even a jobs program, right? Like there should have been a jobs program 40 years ago. There should have been a jobs program 20 years ago, definitely. When Occupy Wall Street happened, like the fact that Occupy Wall Street was not immediately met with an immediate jobs program tells you that this country has failed and is going to continue failing. Because it's not even attempting to mobilize its citizens towards any kind of meaningful goal. Right? Everything is literally just free market. The system, the invisible hand of the market will decide. Yep. And the invisible hand of the market is deciding to slide itself in between the states and tear them apart, which is exactly what's going to happen. And then each individual state will become its own little country, because each state has its own identity and its own idea and its own thought and its own principle. Right? And so the states will just peel apart from one another, and maybe they'll find allegiances, and some of the states will stay together because they feel like these 3 states or 4 states have a shared principle and a shared idea and a shared history, right? Like it's pretty easy to see that the South will rise again, right? Like the South will rise again, and there'll be like a unified idea there. But like the idea that America actually stays together, there's literally no historical precedent for it. They've already had a civil war once. Like, chances are very, very good that America as a country just kind of ceases to be a single solid unit. And and that's because there's no unifying principle. Like, the unifying principle used to be America. Well, fuck you, I need to eat. Right? Like, what's America mean? Well, it turns out America means sacrificing your life so you can commit a genocide in Gaza so that Jeffrey Epstein's island can exist. That's what America means. Do you want to sacrifice your life so that Jeffrey Epstein's island can exist and you can murder a bunch of Palestinian children? Is that what you want to sacrifice your life for? Because that's exactly what you're doing. That's precisely what you're doing. My suggestion is to sacrifice your life less, reclaim your life as much as you can from the system of capital. Don't pay taxes, right? And very simply, create systems that exist outside of the system of capital, because it's already abandoned you. You might as well abandon it back. A bunch of future historians looking through random memes trying to make sense of it all. I mean, a lot of it is just going to get deleted, right? Like, that's how much value the system of capital will have for all of that. It's all just going to get deleted. Like, they're not saving any of it. Like, they're just going to delete it. There's actually a movement within historical societies that are actually saying we're actually very scared of the idea that later on, like 500 years into the future, 200 years into the future, 100 years into the future, people are going to look back on this period of time. But our entire history was digitized, right? It was on the internet. We didn't write newspapers, right? We didn't have much by way of print, right? So a lot of it is just going to get deleted, and because we're not going to save it, right? We're not committing anything to ink and paper and stone and any of that kind of stuff that actually lasts any amount of time. So they're going to look back on this history time. They're not going to have memes. Those memes are going to get deleted. They're going to look at big institutions like the New York Times, right? They're going to actually look at places that had the wealth and the power and the prestige to actually print stuff, right? They're not going to look at the internet, like Wikipedia, right? You think 100, 200 years from now, Wikipedia lives? I mean, I like to believe that there is a world in which 200 years in the future, Wikipedia still exists, even though it has been taken over by the CIA. Inverted Mystic says, the South seceding is a good idea, and no, it wouldn't be racist like it used to be. Maybe not like it used to be, but it'll be racist. Yeah, it'll for sure be racist. Canada's housing crisis isn't being caused by foreign investors. It's being caused by investors. Period. Over several decades, the market has transformed into a financialized Wild West where the interests of the investor class are sacrosanct and social need is secondary. Last November, a post on Facebook Marketplace offered prospective tenants one hell of a deal. At a bargain of just $900 a month, with an upfront deposit of more than twice that amount, those in need of a place to live could luxuriate in half a bed. It may sound like something out of Charles Dickens, but the posting is just one example of how completely insane and dysfunctional Canada's housing and rental markets have really become. According to one 2023 RBC economic study, the country has experienced its highest annual increase in rent growth in history. Predictably and dramatically, homelessness has spiked, and a growing number of tenants in many major cities are being forced into overcrowded units, not suitable for their household size, as buying a home becomes increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the number of renters is growing at least twice the rate of owners. Amidst it all, and against the wider backdrop of a punishing cost of living crisis, Canada's leaders want you to know they've stopped trying to avoid the problem and are finally taking bold action to making housing more affordable and bring down spiraling rents. Homes are for Canadian families to live in, declared Prime Minister Justin Trudeau last week, not for foreign investors to build financial portfolios with. Echoing Trudeau's statement, Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland condemned the use of housing as a financial asset class by foreigners, adding that the government was using all possible tools to make housing more affordable across the country. In suggesting that a class of buyers is inflating housing costs by treating them as vehicles for investment, of course, Trudeau and Freeland aren't wrong, but it's unclear that the passports of the profiteers have anything to do with it beside opportunistic political rhetoric. Just as its title suggests, the Liberals' Prohibition on the Purchase of Rental Properties by Non-Canadians Act, passed in 2022 and extended to 2027 last month, forbids foreign buyers and companies from purchasing rental properties. But it's a policy very much in line with those of centrist parties in other countries. The Labour Party's Keir Starmer, for example, will campaign on a similar ban in Britain's next general election, and New Zealand's centre, left government, put one on the books back in 2018. It's also one that's very unlikely to realize its stated objective. Housing might be expensive, but talk remains cheap, and even a cursory look at the legislation in relation to Canada's current housing landscape suggests there's a lot more rhetoric here than there is substance. For one thing, as the University of Western Ontario's Diana Mock notes, the Act has a number of built-in carve-outs that will dilute its application. It doesn't apply to larger multi-unit buildings or those outside of major metropolitan areas, thus leaving plenty of wiggle room for speculators. More importantly, foreign buyers represent a pretty negligible share of the residential housing market overall, owning between 2 and 6% of Canada's residential properties according to 2020 StatsCan data. The law, Mock concludes, is therefore more of a political gesture than an effective tool. The abandonment of public housing by the federal government in the 1990s went hand in hand with a wider push to financialize the entire sector. Rent controls were deregulated. Rules were rewritten to make it easier for landlords to purchase buildings than forcibly hike rents. Still, if we take the government's own messaging at face value, there's a deeper problem with its approach than the inadequacy of recent legislation. In suggesting that a class of buyers is inflating housing costs by treating them as vehicles for investment, of course, Trudeau and Freeland aren't wrong. But if we take their premise to its logical conclusion, it's unclear what the passports of the profiteers have anything to do besides the opportunistic political rhetoric. Greedy foreigners are inflating housing costs isn't just an implicit concession to xenophobia. It's also a nifty way of skirting the problem and letting the real malefactors, private equity, corporate real estate, or companies like Airbnb, off the hook. Over the past several decades, Canadian housing has transformed into a financialized Wild West, where the interests of the investor class are sacrosanct and social need is secondary. As Martine August explains in a remarkably thorough 2022 report published by the Canadian Human Rights Commission, the abandonment of public housing by the federal government in the 1990s went hand in hand with a wider push to financialize the entire sector. Rent controls were deregulated, rules were rewritten to make it easier for landlords to purchase buildings than forcibly hike rent, and mortgage loans were converted into securities that could be bought and sold. It's this process, not the work of nefarious foreign investors, that's ultimately to blame for skyrocketing rents and overpriced homes. And the crisis won't be fixed by minor regulatory changes or technocratic tinkering. In a 2019 piece of legislation, the Government of Canada officially committed itself to the progressive realization of the right to adequate housing. It's certainly a laudable goal, But until governments at every level reinvest in social housing and put the needs of ordinary people ahead of the investor class's balance sheets, it will mean nothing to people spending half their incomes to live in cramped apartments or the growing numbers sleeping in the streets. Yeah, we should just seize these properties from these guys. Very simply. Like, literally just take them away. And, like, not pay them. Just be like, yeah, get fucked. Like, great, you bribed a bunch of politicians in order to give you this deal that you thought was going to pay out, and it didn't. Right? Because you guys are a bunch of scummy psychopaths. Go fuck yourselves. John, if you do that, then people will stop investing, then the capitalists will stop investing in the country. Good, I hope they do. I hope they go away. John, if you take your medicine, it'll flush the parasites out. Yeah. My position is that we would be better off without these guys. Let them take their little pieces of paper and go away, right? And we will set ourselves to actually building a real society that's not based off of who has the most amount of paper. Like, these capitalists don't have any power, right? They're just losers with a piece of paper that says, you owe me your life. No, we don't. Eric, DM, what are you writing? Postmedia is already telling print customers to go digital online or lose their subscription. Yeah. Eric, I believe the capitalist system is going to collapse upon itself within our lifetime. I mean, it technically collapses every, 10 years, right? It's just that we keep doing it, right? Like, the 2008 financial collapse was like a massive collapse of capital. Like, and even the capitalists themselves were talking about how, the whole thing can come down. Like, it, and it very well could have. They're literally like, yeah, we could have been, Great Depression breadlines, all that kind of crazy shit. But so that's why you needed to give us $200 billion so we could walk away from this thing squeaky clean. These places should have been nationalized. Without a doubt. And so capitalism collapses all the time. It's just whether or not we're willing to put the energy back into it. Do you know Julius Malema? Julius Malema. Why does that sound so familiar? He's not the South African. Yeah, he's the party in South Africa. He's the leader of the third largest party in South Africa. Some of his speeches are really based. He has a cool South African accent, and he really rolls his R's. I don't want to try to impersonate him. I'll just embarrass myself. But it is it's just so. The rights of the South African. He's talks like that. It's just it tickles my ear. I love listening to this guy. Yeah, Julius Malema. Yeah. He's what a baller. Eric, of sand for Christ's sake, I still have a hard time to swallow that one. Once something collapses, it'll be like a domino effect that occurred during the Great Depression. It's going to be nothing. I mean, there's already lots of evidence to show that we're actually in a worse condition now than we were during the Great Depression. There's a lot of evidence to show that that's the case. That this is like the Great Depression with technology, right? And I just think that the how to really describe this. I think that because our society has become digitized, the gap between someone who is homeless and destitute and someone who is housed is wider than it ever has been. I think that's the real truth. That during the Great Depression, you didn't even have recorded music. I really think people don't really understand how vast the technological gap is. between the Great Depression and the modern day. That during the Great Depression, you had to, if you wanted to listen to someone sing a song, you had to have someone sing you a song. Right? That there were recordings, certainly, like vinyl, right? But even these are like hand cranked during the Great Depression, right? Like, people had to be more connected to their neighbors, and people had to be more connected to their communities, because even their entertainment revolved around community, and it revolved around things being more alive and things being more connected. That it was simply not possible to go down a Twitter rabbit hole or go down a video rabbit hole. It's just not possible. And so I think people are more disconnected from what real poverty actually looks like than ever before. And the gap between a person who lives in the street and a person who lives in even an apartment is more vast than it's ever been. And so I think that in many cases, the most negative aspect of homelessness, like the existence of homelessness and the tents and everything, is largely made invisible. It's largely rendered invisible. And it's not that difficult to do. It's not that difficult to make sure that the people who are living in houses are segregated from the people who live who don't live in houses and who don't live in housing. Right? It's like the primary job of the police to make sure that it's not in your everyday life. And homeless people are not part of your community, and homeless people are not part of your society, and homeless people are not you don't run into homeless people and have conversations with them. You don't go to your church and listen to the story of a homeless person. And you don't have the priest saying like, "Hey, we've got some homeless people here. Can we put a little money in the plate for the homeless people?" You know? And so I think the like there's a lot of evidence to show that we are actually worse off today than we were during the Great Depression. And we're beginning to now see larger and larger and larger signs of that. But the actual truth of it has been largely rendered invisible. Like I'll never forget, there was a park here in the city of Toronto that got cleared of homeless people and homeless tents. And they literally cleared that park of homeless tents so that the film production for the television show Why the Last Man could film 2 scenes in the park. This is the last couple of scenes they had on their production schedule. And they could come and film 2 scenes in the park and not have tents in the park. So they pushed out all the homeless people in the park. Yeah. Good to see you, Leon. And the and so I think it's actually at least as bad as it was during the Great Depression. It's just been made invisible. And there's no media outlet anywhere. Like where's Charlie Chaplin? Right? Like where's Charlie Chaplin? Charlie Chaplin's character, the tramp, right, would have been very recognizable to Americans during that period of time. And there's a reason why people were really attracted to that character. That the idea of a playful, scampish hobo and homeless man, right? Which, admittedly, Charlie Chaplin, when he created the character, did so very randomly, right? There wasn't a lot of thought put into the character. If you look at his at his biography, you'll see that that's the case. But he came to understand that character very closely. If you watch the movie City Lights, highly advise the movie City Lights. It's impossible for anybody to watch City Lights and walk away from that believing that Charlie Chaplin was not aware of the class dynamics in his own society. Mikhail, good to see you. Feeling better? I am feeling better. Like, but where is that person? Where is that artist that's actually making art that is highlighting the reality or the plight of the homeless? Right? Charlie Chaplin's tramp was a homeless man living in the streets of America. So where is that character in our media? Where's the homeless, the lovable homeless man? You're not going to see him. Because this society is much, much more aware of the power of film and the power of art. That when Charlie Chaplin was walking around, people were still kind of just entranced by this newfangled technology. Right? Film. Wow. Let's get it out in the world. This is what the audiences want to see. So there wasn't really an understanding of the power of something like that. Yeah. The revolution won't be televised. Yeah. We can't show the truth or it will hurt Biden and Trump. Scary. Yeah. It's so amazing that the major takeaway of Jon Stewart's return is that he was critical of Joe Biden's age. Like, it's pretty clear to me that Jon Stewart was always pretty soft on the Democrats. Like, to be fair, Jon Stewart was in the chair over the Bush years, right? That's mainly when he was in that position, was when Bush was in power. And that was like 8 years. And then when Obama came in, he decided to retire, right? Mainly because he probably didn't want to dunk. Like, he didn't want to be put in the position where he had to dunk on Obama, right? But, like, we could have used a guy like Stewart over the Obama years. For sure we could have. So he's always been, like, if not pro-Democrat, definitely unwilling to dunk on Democrats the way that I think Democrats should have been dunked on. Like, come on, man. Libya? Are you kidding me? Although, if you actually take a look at George W. Bush, rather Jon Stewart's career, he's always really, like, he's mainly touted the line. Like, his politics in regards to foreign powers is mainly in line with the military-industrial military-industrial complex, right? He doesn't really critique America's foreign policy positions. And I wouldn't be too surprised to find out that he more or less was sat down and told very clearly, because John Oliver has the same thing, where you guys are allowed to criticize America's domestic policies. That's something fine. You can criticize that all you like, right? You can talk about the prison system. You can talk about the healthcare system. You can talk about anything you like. But when it comes to the foreign stage, when it comes to what's going out in the world, you toe that line. Venezuela is a dictatorship run by a madman. That's John Oliver's position, right? Like, Stalin was as bad as Hitler, right? So, you just gotta... And he more or less does. Like, the only time he ever really critiqued America's foreign policy was literally when it was so unhinged that it was impossible to do anything else, which was the invasion of Iraq. which was just unhinged. Like, straight up fascism at its highest possible level. Like, let's just go destroy a country because we want to, and we don't know what else to do. So, like, I think Jon Stewart's very interesting in that fundamentally, when you really get down to it, right, and you peel it all apart, Jon Stewart is a clown, right? That's his social position. Like, we as a people have really gotten so lost in the sauce and so lost in the weeds that we are actually getting our moral guidance and our positioning in the world from literal clowns. And I think this is actually where cancel culture came from, right? That cancel culture came from this idea that clowns are our moral guides. And so when a clown stands up to talk, we expect him to be morally upstanding and morally right. Which is not the job of the clown. Not the role of the clown at all. In fact, I would argue that the role of the clown is to find the thing that makes people laugh in order to reveal something to the subject. And maybe that's going to be really fucking horrible. Right? But that's the role of the comedian. The role of the comedian is not to be morally upright. I would argue that that actually works against the role of the comedian. The fact that we are expecting that of our comedians tells us that we are in a moral vacuum. That we have no moral leaders. We have no moral guides. There is no one who is willing to stand up and say, this is right and this is wrong. And not make a dick joke while saying it. And so when you have a moral vacuum, the way that we obviously have a moral vacuum, then we try to fill it. And unsurprisingly, we fill it with people who are verbose, who seem to know something about the subject, and who have something interesting to say about that subject, but who are fundamentally clowns. Maybe they're well-meaning. Maybe they're very smart and well-educated. Maybe they know more about the subject than even a well-read citizen. They are still clowns. And we should not be trying to find moral guidance from clowns. Because that just makes your society clownish. Mikhail writes, moral crisis is another way to put it. They are often exploited to put in a place an even worse social mores. I don't know if I understand your comment. Sorry. Just me. When was the only time the media said Trump was presidential? Yep, when he dropped bombs. The media is sociopathic. Yeah. I mean, we already know, like every time the issue is studied, when an individual gains an enormous amount of power, when a person gains an enormous amount of power, they begin to act as though they have no empathy, and this is a quote, like a psychopath or someone who has experienced brain damage. that the most powerful people in our society are psychopathic people or they have brain damage. So if that can happen to a single individual, that can happen to a society. Oh, I understand what you're saying, Mikhail. Sorry, when you said they are, I thought that you were talking about like a person, like Jon Stewart. Moral crisis are often exploited to put in place an even worse social moral. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Uh, yeah, Naomi Klein's shock doctrine, right? During periods of crisis, take advantage of those crises in order to profit as much as you possibly can. And you can profit by slipping in your shitty ideology. Like, don't be too surprised if this thing with Vosh that we've all been shitting about is like his take is going to be to try to loosen up our position on this shit. You know? Oh, well, the age of consent is up for debate, isn't it? You know, back in ancient times, right? Like, don't be too surprised if that's the angle. I don't know how much I buy this lead poisoning thing. Like, I mean, sure, right? But like, geez, what's it going to be like for us? We're so loaded with plastics. Like these microplastics are like in our blood now. We can't get away from it. Yeah, CNN brought to you by genocide. Inverted. Jon Stewart, both sides are bad approach won't translate well to a 2024 election. Yeah, I'm in a position now where trying to take a centrist position, and I earlier I really let a guy have it for it because he was trying to do it to a genocide. Like, if you walk up to somebody getting the shit kicked out of them on the street and you don't at least say probably that guy should not be getting the shit kicked out of him, then I think you're just a shitbag, right? Like, I think that people who say this both sides are bad or who try to take a centrist position on literally everything are straight up just playing their privilege card and walking away from something saying I don't want to get involved in it and it doesn't affect my life, right? That's essentially what they're doing. And like, they're not even willing to take a position on it. They're not even willing to say this is right and this is wrong. And like, having a centrist position is fine if you're talking about like, you know, how many spots should a parking lot have? You know, if you're talking about like straightforward, or if you're talking about like municipal politics about who should have what or any of that kind of stuff. The like basic negotiation between citizens over like how high should the parking fees be, right? That's one thing. But when you've got like a literal genocide happening in front of you, when you've got a system that is obviously falsely incarcerating people for profit, when you've got a prison industrial complex like this, when you've got sections of the society obviously being harvested, like being a centrist under those terms, like get completely bent. You're just as bad. You're just bending the knee. That's all you're doing. Yeah. Yes, but like to the point where you have Bill Maher saying nothing is wrong with Joe Biden's mental condition, and that's a different Democrat. And that different Democrat. I mean, a different Democrat should probably run. But I think the Clintonians are just clinging on to power. The old Clintonian guard. That's what's actually happening there. It has nothing to do with Biden. It's just this like old guard of Democrats that are clinging on to power, and Biden's the last electable one of them. And I bet you they've spent these last 4 years really trying to find inroads with another electable candidate. And they're trying to find somebody who the electorate will respond to, who will also be loyal to them. And I think they're probably struggling with that, because I think that the rest of the Democrats kind of see the writing on the wall and see that the old Clintonian guard is no longer in favor with the American populace. Like, the if the populace is willing to vote for Donald Trump instead of you, like, you have fallen out of favor. Like, pretty straightforwardly. Like, you can make up any excuse you like about it, but that's the hard truth. And so they're probably scrambling around looking for somebody else. Gavin Newsom from California looks like a pretty good pick, but whether he's loyal to the Clintonian guard is the question, right? Yeah, Vosh is a Fed that makes leftists look bad. Yep, that's exactly. I mean, he confessed to it, like, straight up. Like, that's what's so embarrassing about this guy. Like, dude, like, you can't keep your pedophile porn off the screen. Like, how long have you been streaming for? Like, you can't not confess to being a Fed. Like, it's just so embarrassing that this guy has the popularity that he has when he sucks so bad at what he does. Like, at least try to be convincing, and like, at least try to not, like, be a creep. Like, XD, the culture is full of shitbags. They find someone getting the shit kicked out amusing and would record it to put it on World Star Hip Hop. Yeah. Newsom and Michelle Obama are in the wings for the Clinton guard. Yeah, Michelle Obama, I hear a lot about that. I think that a Michelle Obama play might backfire. I think it might actually backfire. I think that it's too cynical. Like, but it does follow Machiavellian politics. So, but then again, so did Hillary Clinton, right? That Hillary Clinton followed Machiavellian politics too. And there is, like, the straight up, like, sexism angle, right? Like, people didn't vote for Hillary. So, yeah, like, what can you say about Trump that hasn't already been said, though? It's, like, to the point where we have to support Joe because Trump is bad. Bro, we all know Trump is bad. Yeah, for me, it's just, like, why are we pretending like Biden is good? Like, for real. Like, why are we pretending that Joe Biden is better than Trump? Like, this is the thing that the Democrats don't want to admit, and the reason why they're so, like, so upset about this whole thing is because what's actually going on is that the American public are outright telling the Democratic Party, the Clintons, the Obamas, they're outright telling these people, you are not better than Trump, right? For all their high-minded arrogance and for all their insistence that we are the better choice, we are better than Trump. Look at how gross he is. Look at how disgusting he is. Look at how disgraceful he is. Look at the outrageous things that he said. Look at the outlandish things that he does and how he acts and the criminal activity that he's gotten involved with. And the American public are saying, yep, just like you. You are the same. Sure, you're willing to stand up in front of us and say pretty words in flowery speeches, but we see through it now. We see through it now that you and Trump are the same. And I think that's the thing that these Democrats are really struggling with. That they want to believe that they're better, and they're not. And they're not. Like, Joe Biden is literally overseeing a genocide. Like, Joe Biden literally funds Nazis in Ukraine. Like, what are you talking about? What did Putin mean by propping up Biden? I don't know that it would be a propping up Biden. I think that, like, The one of the things that Putin said in the conversation he had with Tucker Carlson was that he doesn't really see that much of a difference between who is elected. He think he thinks that power lies elsewhere in the American system. Uh, uh, he played coy about it, but I think that like he probably sees the American military as the force that's in control, and like apparatus that work with the American military, like the CIA. I don't think he thinks the president actually has that much power in that system. Uh, uh, and so really, like saying he said that he would prefer if Biden won rather than Trump. But I think there's two reasons. Reason number one, he probably just likes Biden's approach more than Trump's. Trump is very brash, very bristly, wants to play the tough man, right? And Putin, it's probably a tired act by Putin. Like Putin's probably like, okay, man, like nice show, and he's got to like kind of play pretend and play to this guy's ego. Whereas with Biden, Biden's probably very straightforward with him, right? It's probably like, come on, man, like we can do business here, come on. And probably isn't like blah 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 putting up a show. Like he doesn't have to deal with Biden's ego the same way he's got to deal with Trump's ego. And then also I think that world leaders and intelligent politicians and intelligent political commentators, what they value above everything else for any society and for any culture and for any group of people is stability. It's the number one thing that people, like if you're in politics or you're in a situation where you've got to do politics, stability. You want to be viewed as stable. You want to surround yourself with people who are stable. You want to know what this person says is what they're going to do. You want to know that the way they've acted previously is the way that they're going to continue acting. Like that's what you want. And the same is true between individuals, or the same is true between countries. That you want to deal with a country that is stable. You don't want to see a destabilized or unstable America. And I think that we can all agree that while Joe Biden and Donald Trump and their respective parties are both shitty, right? That Donald Trump and the people who support Donald Trump are destabilizing, right? Like they might not have the ability or the force to destabilize the whole nation, right? To cause like enormous problems over the long term, right? But if you got to pick between those two and you're Putin, you probably do want to pick the one that's going to be more stable. Like Joe Biden's like not all there, but he's predictable. You know? But he's not suddenly going to do something other than what he's doing. You know what I mean? He said if you read between the lines, he made deals with presidents that were overruled by the establishment. Yeah, I don't think he was like talking circuitously with that. I think he basically made that claim. Like he said straight out that he had conversations with Clinton and that Clinton was overruled by his own establishment. Like the whole concept of the quote unquote deep state. Like this is something that I think is beginning to unravel in the American mind and the American ethos. Is that the president isn't actually the one that's running the show, right? That there is that there's always been kind of the rhetoric of the establishment, right? The politician who's like, I'm going to go in there and upset the establishment, and people going like, yeah, those Washington insiders, they need to be shown something by the outside, like blah 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 and all that kind of stuff. But people seem to think that the Washington insiders are like the Congress, right? The Congress and the Senate and the White House. There's all these Washington insiders in those establishments. And it's just like, probably not true, right? It's probably not true. That it's probably more like organizations like the Pentagon, the military, the CIA, right? The FBI. These organizations where there are no elections, right? Everybody's just kind of appointed. And then those organizations now, because the people who are in those organizations, like they're not elected, or they don't move around, or there's no shuffling, and they're not accountable to anybody except the people who are elected. Well, and then the people who get elected, like, they're always changing and they're always new. And so I just listened to somebody recently, I forget his name, but I listened to an interview with somebody who made the argument that, like, people who are in the military or in the CIA, if they get an elected official in front of them who is against their agenda, well, they can just wait them out, right? Because that guy will get up for election soon, or he'll move over to some other position, or he'll be gone soon. I won't. I'm a United States general, right? I'm not going to be leaving this position, right? I'm a lifer in the United States military. I've been in the United States military my whole life. I'm from a military family. I'm in the military. I'm at the top of the military. And here's this upstart person who just got into this position telling me that what I'm doing is wrong. Okay, I'll wait 2 years. You'll be gone, and then we'll just continue on our merry way. Like, they can just wait these people out. That an organization like the United States military simply has more power, right, than the electoral system. That the electoral system is not where the power is. It's just kind of where the power gets written down, right? It's like the final step. I thought he was speaking between the lines, and he was taking the chance for a jab at the American electorate by suggesting they should vote for the weakest candidate because it benefits Russia. I don't think Putin plays that game at all. Straight up. I don't think he plays the game that you are implying he plays at all. I think that is set at 0%. That the idea that Putin is trying to slyly take a jab off on the, like, I just don't think. And I'll tell you why I don't think he plays that game at all, is that he knows that every other world leader is going to listen to what he says if they're smart, right? Like, if you're intelligent and you're the leader of a country and another leader of a country sits down to have a long conversation with Tucker Carlson, of all people, who knew that Tucker Carlson was going to be the guy, eh? Like, can you imagine? Like, I can't imagine looking at my younger self when, like, Jon Stewart totally dunked on Tucker Carlson and his show got canceled and the whole thing, saying to my younger self, yeah, Tucker Carlson is going to be, like, the most important media figure in America. He'll interview the president of Russia and everyone will watch it. So if you're a world leader, right, you have a different perspective about watching this interview. Because if I were to watch this interview and see Putin trying to take sly jabs and trying to undercut another world leader, I would assume that's how he was dealing with me. Like, you'll notice that in that interview, one of the things I really noticed in that interview that he had with Tucker Carlson was how often he would bring up a conversation that he had with another world leader, and he would say, this is what I said to this guy. I won't tell you what that guy said back to me. You can go and ask him. I don't think it's appropriate for me to put words in his mouth. Which I thought was him showing a great deal of respect and restraint to other world leaders, and is a good way to signal to other world leaders, if we talk, that is a conversation between the two of us. That I'm willing to bring up the fact that I had a conversation with you. I'm willing to say I said this to you so that everybody can see that. But I will not tell them what you said back to me, and I will not tell them the response that you gave me. I think that's when you take a look at the position of it from the position of other world leaders watching it, I think that Putin is not going to firm integrity. I think he's just smart enough to understand what's going on. Right? Keep your lips closed. Don't be a snitch. Right? Don't be a snitch. Like I don't know about like firm integrity. It's just smart. It's just a good business practice. It's the reason why if you go out on a date with someone and all they can do is trash their exes, well, they're going to talk that way about you behind your back, right? Like if you know somebody and all they do is trash their friends and trash everybody and they gossip and they're talking shit, right? Well, yeah, they're going to do that about you as well, right? They're going to talk shit behind your back for sure. So big red flag. Big red flag. So it's just good sense to just not do that. To just be like, I don't know, talk about ideas. It's the reason why people talk about celebrities so much. So that they have somebody they can trash and gossip. And it's kind of like neutral zone. Yeah, the U.S. media has been saying for years that Putin's on his deathbed. I'd like to see Biden hold an interview for that length. Yeah. Yeah, the deep state does exist. It's in plain sight. You got BlackRock, the NRA, Google, Twitter now. Lobbyists have always existed, and this idea that some kind of conspiracy theory is a weird take. I mean, they definitely did use, like, the most conspiratorial language, though, right? Like, I think that the reason why there's this, like, conspiratorialist way of discussing it is because you have a lot of people who are just coming into awareness of all of this. And so the way that it goes is that people begin with the Illuminati, right? That's how it begins. It begins with this sense of there is a group of people who are not like us. There is a ruling class, right? The elite, the Illuminati, right? That's how that starts in the consciousness of a young person. The idea that there's something beyond the curtain, beyond the veil, right? There's something else. And initially they don't know where to look. They don't know how to decipher it. They don't know what the structure is. They don't understand really what's going on. And I'll personalize it. That's exactly how I entered this discourse, with this Illuminati conversation and the idea of a shadowy group behind the curtain, right? And it takes you a little bit of time to come to recognize, because there's nobody who's willing to point at it and say, like, yeah, of course. Like, of course there's a shadowy group behind the curtain. There they are, right? There they are. Wikipedia didn't exist, right? Wikipedia wasn't a thing. There wasn't. You couldn't just type into Google list of the richest Canadians, right? Like, there wasn't like this resource that you could go to. So who were the richest people? Who were the business owners? It was all just kind of speculative, and you were all just kind of putting it together yourself. And there wasn't anybody who was really willing to stand up and actually say, well, here's these wealthy owners, here's this wealthy owner, here's this guy. Let's all just like have an honest, open conversation about it. Why don't they want to do that? Because it puts a target on their back. Puts a big ass target on their back. They don't want to do that. And so you get left in this kind of like Illuminati. Oh, there's something shadowy behind the curtain. And really all you actually needed during that period of time, and all you need now really, is somebody to point out that like, hey, read the Financial Post. Like just look at the Financial Post. Just read the Financial Post. Because there is like the people who own the society and the people who are in control of the society, right? Like it makes logical sense and it makes good sense that the people who own and control the society need to be able to communicate amongst one another and have a firm foundation upon which they make their decisions, right? They need to be able to do that. There needs to be a place where they discuss reality, right? And it can't always be like get into a shadowy room with one another and have conversations. It literally can't be that way, right? Because that would be so exhausting and so difficult and so intensive, right? It's much better, much easier to just have a newspaper where you just openly discuss what's going on in the world. You never discuss the underlying principles outside of the propaganda. And the propaganda is well understood by the capitalist class. They understand the propaganda, and the worst of them believe it. The best of them don't, right? The ones that don't believe the propaganda, in my opinion, act much more suitably, right? And how do you know they don't believe the propaganda? Because they usually own a newspaper themselves. And so they understand how propaganda works, right? Like David Thompson, I talk about this all the time on the stream. David Thompson is like a very intelligent member of the ruling class. He's very, very intelligent. And it's really, really obvious. Because he works so hard to obfuscate his wealth and his power and his prestige. He works so hard to make sure his name stays out of the news. Nobody knows who he is. Nobody knows where he is. Nobody knows where his investments are. Nobody knows anything about this guy. Right? Nobody even knows that he owns the Globe and Mail. He owns Post Media. Right? He's the richest Canadian. Well, until recently, because of just like, that's incredible, actually. Like, it's an incredible story that nobody has ever talked about. He literally took his wealth and distributed it amongst members of the foundation that he's a part of in order to obfuscate how much wealth his foundation actually has. So they like split the wealth up. So he's no longer the richest Canadian, right? He's part of a foundation. And so there's like, he's now slot number 2, and the person right underneath him, slot number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, are all members of this same foundation. And then the guy who's the richest Canadian is literally a crypto bro that made his money literally laundering money, and is actually facing criminal charges in North America, so he fled to China. Like, that's actually what's going on at the top wealth of Canada. And in the meantime, like, nobody knows about it. Why? Because it's not reported. Like, nobody talks about these things. And it's all just sort of like underneath the surface. And they definitely don't talk about the relationship between the employee and the employer. They don't talk about how food and shelter is withheld from the public, right? Everything is reported in the Financial Times. Nope, XD, he fled Canada to China. He's living in China right now. I think that's right. Hold on. I might be wrong. I might have inverted it. Let's get it right. List of the richest. I think actually you might know. Hold on. His story was so wild, dude. But like, if you read the financial press, you read the Financial Post, Financial Times, they're very open. right? You just need to decipher their language because they use a code. It's not a very good code, but it's still enough, right? Because they assume that the only people who are reading the code are also capitalists, right? And that if a regular citizen reads this thing, that a lot of it'll just kind of go by them, and they won't really glom on to what's being said because there's a bit of a code. So Shangpen Zhao. So you can see here, right? Sherry Brideson is now number 2, but she's a member. Yeah, is a Canadian private holding company. The Woodbridge Company Limited is a private holding firm based in Toronto. It's the primary investment vehicle for members of the family of the late Roy Thompson, 1st Baron of Thompson of Fleet. That's his name. That's his title. Roy Thompson, 1st Baron Thompson of Fleet. So she's literally like the hold on, what is she? Let's get specific. No. So founder, private, blah blah blah, owner, subsidiaries, the Thompson family. So she's a member. Who the fuck is she again? What am I? Then we'll go. This is so great, dude. Oh, Sherry Brideson literally connects to the Woodbridge Company. So this is literally like, she's a member of the Thompson family. So Sherry Brideson is a member of the Thompson family. So they've done the shittiest possible thing. They've made her number 1 out of the family because her last, and then called her Brideson so that the Thompson name gets out of the list. And then they've spread it between David Thompson, David Kenneth Roy Thompson, 3rd Baron Thompson of Fleet. Literal monarchy money. Literally, the family came to Canada as barons to rule a barony. Taylor Thompson, and then Peter Thompson. And they all have exactly $10 billion. So they very clearly took the wealth of David Thompson and went and squinked it out amongst each other so that David would no longer be the wealthiest Canadian. Because he used to have $46 billion. So he was the wealthiest Canadian. He was so wealthy that he was beginning to break the top 10 world rankings. Right? This is how clever this guy is. Really think about this, okay? David Thompson, over the COVID period, had made enough money that he was beginning to break into the top 10 rankings in the world. Okay? So that meant that if you typed in who are the richest people in the world, his name would come up. And so he very wisely and astutely did this in order to spread the wealth amongst his entire family, with an understanding that $10 billion is enough, David. You're the 3rd Baron of Fleet. Okay? You're literally like the hair. You're going to pass the family. Your son is going to be the 4th Baron of Fleet, and he'll only have $10 billion. Right? So he wisely spreads the money out, and it takes him off the list. He is now only the 203rd wealthiest person in the world. Right? I think that's very clever. And it really, it shows you a level of discernment and class that you don't get out of other rulers. You don't get out of other people in the ruling class. And I think the reason why he's so astute and he's so clever that way is because his money is monarchy money. That his father talked to him as a monarch to a monarch, that as a king to a prince, as I am passing the family legacy down to you. You are a ruler. You are a monarch in a society of peasants. Like, think about your position that way. Look at history. What is the relationship between the peasants and the king? How is it that kings get deposed? The smartest king is one in which the peasants don't even realize he is a king, right? That's what makes him so astute, and that's why I really admire David Thompson for his obvious discernment and cleverness, and you can tell that he still desires, and longs to be part of the larger conversation. He wants people to listen to him. He owns a fucking newspaper, and they keep publishing editorials that come from the board of directors. So it's him. He's sitting down writing these articles and sending them out into the world so that people will read what the Globe and Mail editorial board thinks, right? But he's astute and smart and clever enough to understand, I can't put my own name on this because I can't draw attention to the fact that I even exist. Very clever. I really, 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 really admire this about this guy. And so he cedes the title of the wealthiest Canadian to Changpeng Zhao. Changpeng Zhao. That's another thing to admire about him, Mikhail. For 90% of wealthy families, their fortunes are gone by the end of the third generation. David Thompson's the third generation. He's the third Baron of Fleet. He has $10 billion. Dude, just watch his son come in and be like, hey, it's me, Ashton Thompson. I'm the wealthiest Canadian. I rule you all. And he like does like a reality TV show. The Thompsons. Come see what life is like as the wealthiest Canadian. Just watch him do it. Straight up, just like blowing the lid off the whole fucking thing. That would actually, I'm really rooting for that outcome, actually, now that I've said it. Now that I fucking said it. Changpeng Zhao. This is going to be worth reading, XD, just to clarify this point. So, commonly known as CZ, I guess. CZ. I like CZ better. Makes him sound stupider. Is a Chinese-born Canadian businessman. I gotta get specific with this, because we're about to clarify something that is specific. Is he living in China or is he living in Canada? Everyone place your bets. Place your bets now. Can I do a poll? I'm not gonna do a poll. It's fine. Okay. Canada. Okay. He's a Chinese-born, so he was born in China, moved to Canada. Oh, is he still in Canada? Zhao is the co-founder and former CEO of Binance. What? This guy's such a fucking loser. The world's largest cryptocurrency exchange by trading volume as of November 2023. What a fucking, like, loser dweeb. I'm gonna make Magic the Gathering money, and we're gonna spend that money around and convince people it has value, like NFTs! Fuck this guy. He resigned as the CEO in November 2023 after pleading guilty to a money laundering charge in the United States. According to Bloomberg Billionaire Index, Zhao was ranked 69th, richest person in the world, which a net worth estimated at $23 billion as of November 2023. So the guy literally made all of his money with fake bullshit money, and then got charged with money laundering, where he pled guilty. So this guy's like the loserest of the loser. He's like the very definition of why capitalism is a pathetic system, because it rewards total fucking frauds and losers like this, who do nothing of value at all, right? Nothing of value. There's not one single reason this guy should have $100, let alone a fucking $200 billion or $20 billion. Like, he's done nothing of value to help anyone ever. It's literally a money laundering scheme with fake money that they made out of Magic the Gathering cards. Get fucked. Okay, we got to answer the question. I'm not going through the whole thing. Personal life. Come on. Where's he living right now? Yeah, he's doing the same thing that Bill Gates, the same scam. Zhao says he plans to donate up to 99% of his wealth. Then do it. Don't plan to do it. Just do it. Like, shut your mouth. Just do it. I'm going to donate it. I'm donating it to the Zhao Foundation. Yeah, the Zhao Foundation. That's definitely not a business set up to look like a charity. Jesus Christ. Oh, hey, guess what? We were all wrong. Look at this, XD. We're wrong together. Isn't that nice? Zhao stayed in China until the Chinese government banned crypto exchanges in late 2017. He is currently based in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Isn't that nice? Is that great? Like, the guy literally is worthless, spent his whole life making a lot of money doing something pathetic, pled guilty to money laundering charges, and fucked off to Dubai to hang out with all of the other worthless billionaires. I like that they built like a dumb city out in the middle of nowhere that everybody thinks is stupid. It's my favorite. Like, just a dumb place full of dumb morons where they do dumb shit like this. I love it. The most populous city, capital of the emirate, most populated of the country's 7 emirates. Established in the 18th century as a small fishing village, trading hub. Certainly no sex trafficking happens there. Totally above board in Dubai, for sure. XD writes, I'm half right. He's not in China. You know what? Hold on. Let's look at the tape. Hold on. You men fled China to Canada? Hold on. What did you say? Damn it, come on. No, you said fled China to Canada. That's a clear line. Imagine if he was found guilty in the country of his birth. No shit. Dude. Like, so this is the state of the kid. And then if you go down this, okay, this is great. You go down the list. So here's this loser. This just total fucking loser who's done nothing important in his life and is now the richest Canadian because of it. And then you have this like pack of 1, 2, 3, 4 who are like splitting up the wealth of the Thompson family just to stay off the lists, right? And then right under that you have Arthur Irving, right? And Arthur Irving basically owns New Brunswick, right? The Irving family basically owns, and you can see there's another Irving down here, right? So the Irvings essentially own the province of New Brunswick, and their family basically was the family that bought up New Brunswick in exactly the capitalist method, right? Just merger and acquisition the whole way, right? They were just the ones that did merger and acquisition better, right? Joe Anthony missed it, not getting notifications for the live stream. I'm sorry to hear that, Joe Anthony. Sorry to hear that. Glad that you're here, though, my man. Glad that you're here. And don't worry, right? Soon the live stream will be up, and you can watch it then. Chip Wilson. So there's the Irvings, literally just merger and acquisition, and then they passed it down the family line. Linda Campbell. Another member of the Thompson family, right? So number 1, 2, 3, and 4 are members of the Thompson family. 5 is Arthur Irving. 6, another member of the Thompson family. Gay Farncombe, another member of the Thompson family. The fact that they've split the wealth up like this makes this list from internally inside of Canada, because no one else is going to look at this list but Canadians, it makes it look way stupider. So, like, that's how... is it a better idea? Because I think that this makes the Thompson family look way worse internally from inside of Canada. Like, are you kidding me? I'm going to be able to pitch this so much easier now. It's like, yeah, the top 10 wealthiest Canadians, of the top 10 wealthiest Canadians, literally 6 of them are the Thompson family. Like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. And the guy at the very top is literally a crypto bro who pled guilty to a money laundering scheme, who lives in Dubai. He's like the very definition of a worthless capitalist. Chip Wilson, an American-born Canadian businessman, philanthropist who's founded several he's Lululemon. There you go. Chip Wilson. Dude, I knew that the guy that owned Lululemon was going to be a guy with the name Chip Wilson. Oh, his name is Dennis Chip Wilson. You know what? If my name was Dennis, I'd go with Chip too. I got to tell you. You know, so good choice. Good choice, Chip. Good choice. You really looked at the state that you were in and pivoted. You really pivoted there, bud. And I think you made the right choice. Most notably, the yoga-inspired Lululemon, the pioneering figure of the athleisure phenomenon, in which the trend has permeated mainstream North American society since the emergence in 2014. So he suckered a bunch of young women into believing that he had a product that they needed. But you know what? At the same time, Chip, thank you for yoga pants. God bless you. God bless you, Chip Wilson. America. Hold on. Before I go, I should definitely take a look. Because sometimes if you scroll down, controversies. What did I say? I didn't get to say the word controversy. But that's what I was doing. I was saying sometimes there's and then controversies. On the founding of Lululemon, Wilson said, the reason the Japanese liked my former skateboard brand Homeless was because it had an L in it, and the Japanese marketing firm wouldn't come up with a brand name with an L in it. L is not in their vocabulary. It's a tough pronunciation for them, so I thought next time I have a company, I'll make a name with 3 L's and see if I can get 3 times the money. It's kind of exotic for them. I was playing with L's and I came up with Lululemon. It's funny to watch them try and say it. Jesus Christ. That has a real, like, this guy grew up watching comedians making fun of Asian people. You know what I'm talking about? Where there were all these comedians, they would have this, like, fake Asian person accent and, like, yellow face. They would yellow face. And so you got all these guys growing up watching that. That has that kind of quality about it. But not like sex trafficking, not like illegal, right? Just like racist in that kind of general way. A condemnation more on the society than the individual. I don't know why I'm trying to defend Chip Wilson, but I'm looking for something where it's like I want Chip Wilson on Epstein's Island. That's what I'm talking about. In 2013, when asked by a reporter concerning customers' complaints on why there was pilling on the fabric of Lululemon's yoga pants, Wilson replied, "Frankly, some women's bodies just actually don't work for wearing Lululemons. It's really about the rubbing through the thighs. How much pressure is there over a period of time and how much they use it." All right, little insensitive, right? Little insensitive. Yeah, frankly, some women, they're just fat. You know? Just kind of like a step down from that. So, classic misogyny, Again, not on Epstein's Island. So, in a 2009 blog post on Lululemon's website titled "How Lululemon Came into Being," but you're seeing why I really respect, David Thompson, right? He's got none of this, right? I bet you if I go to David Thompson's page, he's not even going to have a controversy page, right? Let's do it. Let's go. David Thompson, where's our art collection? He's well known for being an art collector, right? Most of the galleries across Canada have a Thompson gallery. Personal life, arms, right? You got to show the coat of arms of David Thompson, 3rd Baron of Fleet, right? This is the controversy, obviously, that he has a crest, right? Look at this crest. Huh? It's got like a moose on it, or an elk. That's not a moose, that's an elk. What the hell is that? A beaver, Sejan erect proper, blowing upon a hunting horn. There's no beaver on this thing. Fucking liars. Slung over his dexter shoulder by a riband of dressed tartan proper to Thompson of that of his ilk and his dependers. I think that's not the description of it. A stag. Motto, never a backward step. What a great motto. That's like winter is coming. That's like never a backward step. I love that. Yeah, the language they use to describe heraldry is hilarious. Yeah, absolutely. The crest. A beaver Sejan, erect proper blowing upon a hunting horn argent, slung over his dexter shoulder by a riband of the dress tartan, proper to Thompson of that ilk and his dependers. Echeton, argent a stag's head cabossed proper on a sheaf azure between 2 mullets, a hanging horn of the first stringed jewels. And I bet you all of this language is like, if you described this to somebody who understood these crests and what they all stood for, they would be like, yes, quite. And they'd be able to manufacture it. Like, to a degree. Dexter, a Mississauga Indian, and habited in the proper costume of his tribe. Holding his dexter. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah. Right? Look, check it out, though. Right? It's literally art collection, his personal life, which is just straight up like he's the father of these children, right? Here's why they are. Patron of the Art Gallery of Toronto. Thompson rarely gives interviews, right? So he doesn't give interviews to the degree that they comment on how little he interviews people. It gets interviewed. Which is... The only substantial interview he has given was to James Fitzgerald, who wrote a book about the elite private school they both attended in Toronto. So he gave an interview to a friend. According to a July 2006 article in the New York Times, in his comments to Mr. Fitzgerald 12 years ago, David had little positive to say about many people in the business world. In the interview, Thompson said, "When you try to live a more balanced life, traditional businessmen think that you are not a real man. But who is not the real man? You are telling me? You have not taken a weekend with your wife. You have no spare time that you use constructively. You do not have any hobbies. You do not know how to spell Mozart. And here you are, telling me that I am weak?" I love this guy, man. I really do. I really, really do. And you know why I like this guy? Is that he's not a capitalist. This is the thing that I'm finally starting to get about David Thompson, right? His existence is abhorrent. The fact that his position exists is disgraceful. But he is not a capitalist. He's a true and proper prince. He's a true and proper baron. His title is the 3rd Baron Thompson of Fleet. He's not a capitalist. He's a baron. Dude. Yeah, he's a monarch. He's just a monarch. And let be as specific as possible, XD. He's a baron. He's a feudalist. Like he's like he's a proper gentleman. Right? Dude, I like this guy. Yeah, fuck the capitalists. I bet you that this quote, that he selected this quote specifically for this. I bet you any amount of money that that's true. Find the quote in this conversation that makes me look the best. What is it that the peasants hate the most? I know what the peasants hate the most. They hate capitalists the most. We are the 99%. We are the 99%. And David Thompson's just sitting there being like, they do not like capitalists. I should say something bad about capitalists and use that as literally the only quote that they will ever hear from me. The only time I will ever speak to the little people, to the people of Canada, will be to say, when you try to live a more balanced life, traditional businessmen, capitalists, think that you are not a real man. But who is not the real man? You are telling me? You have not taken a weekend with your wife. You have no spare time that you use constructively. You do not have any hobbies. You do not know how to spell Mozart. And here you are telling me that I am weak? What is that if not a statement made by the little people themselves? This guy is very clever, dude. Like, he really is. Like, he really is. You're telling me this is literally the only interview he's ever given, quoted on his Wikipedia page, and it just happens to be the most baller shit that he could have probably said outside of we should get rid of the business people? Like, nah. And literally no controversy page. Nothing. Like, nothing. There's nothing here, right? Like, you guys now officially know just as much about David Thompson as I do. Outside of the fact that when I read the Globe and Mail and I see the special editorial page, like the special editorial headline, I assume that's him, right? Like, or someone in his family, right? But, like, my assumption is that, like, if somebody in his family was going to publish an article in his newspaper, he'd probably want to read it, right? I've definitely read stuff in the Globe and Mail, editorials and things, where I was like, this is kind of snippy. David's feeling spicy today. Like, oh, man. I'm so glad that I just read this, because it's like, Canada, man. We are closer to the monarchy. We're much closer to the monarchy. All right, Chip. Blow my face off with your casual racism and misogyny. So far, so good, Chip. You've established that how much you love to make fun of Japanese people and their inability to say the letter L. And you've established how sometimes you do things because women wear your clothes who are too fat to wear your clothes. In a 2009 blog post titled How Lululemon Came to Being, so he's posting this on his own website. Okay? Wilson wrote, "Women's lives changed immediately. Men's lives didn't change, however, and they continued to search for a stay-at-home wife like their mothers. Men did not know how to relate to the new female. Thus came the era of divorces." In the same blog post, Wilson also shared his views on birth control, writing, "Females no longer had to make relationships work, because with birth control came a sense of financial and life control. A sense of equality was established because women no longer had to relinquish their independence to a male provider." The patriarchy has never existed. There's no evidence anywhere that the patriarchy ever existed. Chip is literally like, yeah, women used to need to be attached to men. It was just a thing that you had to have. Everybody knew it. Birth control ruined it. In the book, titled Little Black Stretchy Pants, Wilson wrote that he is not necessarily opposed to child labor. Here we go. Here we go. I knew it. I knew that if I read this whole thing, I knew that if I started from the top of the controversies and went down, I would find it. I knew it. They all have this. It's always here. Every single time. That's why David Thompson is so great. Right? Amongst this batch of total fucking losers who should not exist, he is the one who understands that. He understands that he is surrounded by total losers and that he needs to just not say a goddamn thing. Right? Maybe he is like a flaming racist, misogynist piece of shit. We'll never know because he's smart enough not to say it out loud. Right? He's smart enough not to say it out loud, and certainly not on his own website in print. Okay. I knew it. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the thing. Like, we should arrest him for this. In the book titled Little Black Stretchy Pants, Wilson wrote that he is not necessarily opposed to child labor, as working young is excellent training for life. In North America, I noticed that there were some kids not made for school who dropped out with nowhere to go. In Asia, if a kid was not school material, he or she learned a trade and contributed to their family. It was work or starve. I liked the working alternative. All right, that's pretty soft. It's pretty soft, right? Like, his position isn't like brutal, right? That's not brutal. I was expecting something a little bit more brutal. This is all just kind of like casual racism. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like a product of the time kind of thinking. You know? It's not like send him to the gulags. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of a shitty take. Like, why not? Hey, crazy thought. Why not think about why there are some kids who are not school ready? Like, what does that mean even? But then his take is like, well, okay, so instead of like doing the book learning, right, learn a trade. Right? Which is like, well, okay, why don't we have trades connected to our education system? That's actually something I thought when we were in, and there is a certain degree that happens on that. Like, I knew a kid who, when he was in grade like 10, was going and as a credit, he was going to an auto mechanic shop. So, like, was part of his education, right? So if we want to be nice to, you know, slightly misogynist, slightly racist Chip Wilson, we can kind of play this game of like, maybe he's not saying that kids should work in sweatshops to make Lululemons. That's what I was sort of expecting with this. He's just saying that, like, no, like, some kids are not so good with the book learning, and so why don't we try to help these kids out and get them in some trades, you know? What's so wrong with the trades? You know? It's that kind of take. All right, Chip. In early 2024, literally last month, Wilson expressed concern over his former company's diversity and inclusion policy, saying in a Forbes interview, they're trying to become like the Gap, everything to everybody. The company was quick to distance themselves from Wilson's comments, saying Chip Wilson does not speak for Lululemon, and his comments do not reflect our company's views or beliefs. Again, like, pretty soft serve. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's just kind of like, I just picture just like a big fat Chris Farley type. You know what I mean? Do I have a picture of this guy, Chip? Come on, give me a picture of this guy. I want to see Chip Wilson. I'm definitely overtime. If you're still watching this, God bless you. Chip Wilson. Let's take a look at this guy. Chip Wilson. All right, Chip, reveal yourself to us. Dennis J. Chip Wilson. All right. Meathead, right? Right? Anybody here see anything other than just like a meathead? Right? Like Dana White. Right? This guy looks like a guy who basically he like probably made a workout video. You know what I mean? He probably like made a workout video thing. Retail apparel. He was always retail apparel. Targeted at surf, skate, and snowboard markets. So he's like he's a snowboard bro. He's like a skater. Right? Like doing kickflips and stuff. I bet you there's a video of this guy doing a kickflip somewhere. I don't know why I'm going down a rabbit hole about Chip Wilson. Yeah, straight up just like was in the skateboarding market when it showed up. Made a apparel clothing, selling clothing to like skaters and skateboarders. Founded Lululemon in 98. Right? All right, man. Guy's literally just like he's a fashion icon. He's a fashionista. He made his money in fashion. It's hard to hate this guy, you know? Because he is the example of what somebody would point to be like a success story for capitalism. He was a guy, hard-working guy, Chip Wilson. Hard-working guy. He was an American-born. What state? He was born in America, but he moved to Canada. Came up. Wilson was born in San Diego, California, in 1955. Both of his parents were athletes at college. His father was a physical education teacher. And in 1980, he graduated with a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Calgary. So he's got two athlete parents. Why am I deep diving on Chip Wilson? And so probably with the help of his... I am being charitable to the capitalists today for some reason. Although we established that David Thompson is not a capitalist. No. He's a baron. He's pre-capitalist. Oh man, that's so funny, dude. Okay. Yeah, he just like... But he like... Just a hard-working guy. Continuing the work of his parents. You know, they helped him establish a business. Nothing wrong with that. Parents helping out their kid. Normal. Established their business. Right? And he helped build it, and he worked his whole life building that business. Made a good brand. Had a sharp eye. You know, surround himself with good people. Pulled himself by the built a self-made hero. Absolutely. Chip Wilson. And it's like kind of true though, you know? Like the guy, look, if your controversy page, I'm going to be real straight with you right here, guys. If your controversy page is literally that, like these controversies, you know what I think of this controversy page? Oh, so he was born in 1955. That's what I think about this controversy page. This is like the softiest soft serve, like almost nothing. Oh, a straight white man. A straight white man doesn't like fat chicks. That's what an unusual take. Oh, a straight white man from the 50s thinks the way Asian people say the letter L is funny. Oh, wow. It's a straight white man, the worst one, right? The child labor accusation, right? Which I gotta tell you, the more I look at this is a stretch to say that it's like not necessarily opposed to child labor. I think whoever put this in here has a bit of a chip on their shoulder. Like, the guy is just saying, like, if he had just stood up and said, you know what, I think it would be helpful for the next generation of children if within the education system we included a lot more trades-related activities. That kids could go to, like, think about wood shop, but it actually was carpentry, and that you could become a carpenter through working through our education system. I think people would be like, yeah. And that would just be like the least controversial take of all time. Right? But instead, because he said it in this way, where he starts with like, we should put kids to work. You know? He started that way. So once again, proving that David Thompson's got it right. Just say nothing. Just don't say anything. Just stand there quietly behind your newspaper, holding your family crest, and the only time you ever say anything, it's to please the plebs. Yes, I too hate the traditional businessman. I am relatable. Oh, dude, I love it. I love it so much. All right, Chip Wilson. Farewell, Chip Wilson. I don't know why we dive so heavily onto Chip Wilson. I think it's just because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's 9th on the list. And straight up, insofar as like the capitalist narrative goes, he's the most legit. Right? He's the first absolutely legitimate one that I'm going on here. Just Me just says we. I don't remember what that's in reference to, so I assume that I'll just speak for myself on that then. That's fine. That's fine. Like, total fucking loser fraud. Right? Literally the Thompson family. Arthur Irving is like the inheritor of a billion. Yes, the second son of industrialist K.C. Irving. So he's literally like an inheritor of the guy that managed to be the guy who did the capitalism the best. He played the game of Monopoly the best, right? And I shouldn't even say the best. Like, he was the one who was in the best position in order to be the beneficiary of the natural outcome of the conclusion of the game of Monopoly, right? That, like, there isn't really a winner of Monopoly. There's just an inevitable collector of all the money. That's how it goes, because it's how the system works, is that inevitably someone is the one that collects the money. And so that's Arthur Irving, right? Like literally like total fraudulent loser, literal monarchs, the guy that just happened to win the game of capitalism in New Brunswick, 2 more monarchs, like literally in the Thompson family. And then Chip. Here's Chip. Good old Chip. The first one where the actual narrative the capitalists say kind of applies, right? That the only real critique that you can use is like, yeah, he's just first generation, not even first generation capitalist, right? Like he took the position that his parents were already doing, and he just kind of like ran into that. Like, he probably knew a lot of sports people, and he's surrounded by a bunch of sports people, right? So he just starts selling clothing to sports people, and he sees that these guys kind of have a style, and so he starts styling with them. And he's doing fashion for people. He's breaking into a new fashion market, right? Which, God bless him, good for him. That makes him an entrepreneur, hard working, blah 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 blah. But like, it doesn't mean that he should have $7.64 billion. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, good for him. Like, he made some cool clothing. Wonderful. Like, so, according to this billionaire list so far, the most valuable people in the society are a crypto trade currency bro who launders money, number one. Monarchs, the inheritor of the owner of all of the assets of New Brunswick, more monarchs, and then a guy who made skater pants and Lululemon yoga pants. Most valuable person in the society. Moving on. Alan Bouchard. Just look at this guy. Look at this guy. He looks exactly like a capitalist would look. With his dumb smut. This is such a 1930s, like a 1940s picture. Like, here's the picture of a guy who did not know that this picture was going to represent him on a Wikipedia page forever. Right? This is the face of a man who did not understand. But better look real good in this shot. Co-founder and chairman of El Méchant Couche-Tard, Canadian multinational operator of convenience stores. From Quebec. So he's from Quebec. He's a retailer, and then he just made convenience stores. Circle K. Yeah, he's Circle K. Got it. Right? The absolute genius idea. Hard-nosed entrepreneur. I know. I'll sell chocolate bars on the corner. Genius capitalist idea. This guy should definitely be worth $7.35 billion. So, right below guy who makes Lululemon yoga pants is the guy that's selling you chocolate bars on the corner. Most important person in the society. Here we go. David Ross Sheraton, Canadian computer scientist, businessman, philanthropist, venture capitalist. Computer networking. Ranked by Forbes, blah, blah, blah. What's this guy do? How's he making his money? This is being a little... He has many contributions to education. Okay, how'd you make your money? He's funded. Oh, he's just an early investor. Oh, okay. So here's a nerd kid who, like, had the opportunity to play with computers when in the 60s, right? He was probably messing around with a computer science professor at Stanford. And when he's messing around with his computer, he probably thought, this is going to be huge. And so right when personal computers are starting to grow up, he has founded and invested in technology companies, including Google. Okay. So literally, he's just in the best position to be like, I've got $30. $500 trillion all of a sudden. Ding, 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 ding. What a genius. Just the most genius person who definitely is an inevitability in any kind of system. Like, where there's investment and reward. Don't talk about the 500 people who invested in the technology right beside it and didn't hit it. Right? This is the guy. He's the genius. All right. Literally just like computers are just growing. Here's my money. Investment paid out. Now I'm worth $6 billion. Yeah, $6.89 billion. Technology. Arguably, the most important person on the list so far. Because, like, if Chip Wilson never existed, we lose Lululemons. If Alan Bouchard didn't exist, like, honestly, there'd be another guy on the street corner. Like, this is the thing about all of this. This is the thing about all of this. Is that, like, capitalists pretend as though the thing that these guys are doing is like, oh my god, I can't believe someone thought of that genius, crazy idea. They did it. Those crazy madmen, they did it. We were only dreaming about doing it, but they actually went out there and did it. And they'll never, ever, ever, ever discuss the fact that there were actually like 10,000 people doing it, right? That there was a bunch of these guys doing this, right? And the second you recognize and realize that there's like 10,000 people doing this, and then you just put it on a Monopoly board, and then you just play the game of Monopoly, you realize very, very quickly that Alan Bouchard is an inevitability. Because there's always going to be somebody selling a chocolate bar on the street corner. Hey, you want a drink on your way to work? Hey, we got a newsstand here. Come in and buy your smokes. Right? There's a character who has existed throughout all of time. But in the capitalist system, that guy gets bought up by somebody who's slightly bigger. Right? And then that guy gets bought up by somebody who's slightly bigger. And maybe that guy buys up somebody who's slightly smaller. And the game of Monopoly goes and goes and goes until finally you're left with Alain Bouchard. Right? And the same is true of like Chip Wilson. Well, you think other people are not also selling clothing and making clothing? He just happens to be the one that hits the zeitgeist. And he buys up his competitors. And he brings in talent from other places, and they discuss what is it that these people want, what are we doing, all this kind of stuff, and they build it up and they eat up their competitors. That's literally how Arthur Irving made his wealth, right? That's literally how the Irvings made their wealth, is that they just started gobbling each other up, and it's the Irvings that came out on top. That doesn't make them geniuses. It means that they were playing the game of Monopoly and just happened to be the guys that won. Right? Circle K is mainly gas stations, isn't it? They can be gas stations, but I'm familiar with them as convenience stores. Societal values are as backwards. Yeah, I mean, like, if what these guys were doing suddenly vanished into the ether, life would just go on. You know what I mean? Like I like getting chocolate bars on the street corner as much as anybody else. But like, the idea that this is like the cornerstone of our society and our civilization, right? The idea that like Lululemons are the cornerstone of our society. You know what I mean? The idea that a monarchical family is the cornerstone of our society. You know? It's just like, probably not. Anyway, this has been an extreme deep dive into the top 10 richest Canadians. Another Irving, Jim Pattison, like straight up, just another investor. Anthony Von Mandy. And then Joseph Tsai is a Taiwanese Canadian billionaire. co-founder and chairman of Chinese multinational technological company Alibaba Group, and the owner of the Brooklyn Nets. Oh, wow. All right. I've definitely reached the end of this one. I'm an hour over. It was fun. I'm glad I did that last hour, because this is always ridiculous to look at. It's always ridiculous. Like, and everybody should know these people, and they should know their stories, right? Because as soon as you hear these guys' stories, you're just like, oh, yeah, like, they just bought up other markets, and, like, they played the game of Monopoly. Doesn't make them a genius. Like, if you were born in 1955, you too would have had the similar opportunity. You too could have played the game of Monopoly in the convenience store game until it all got bought up by Alan Bouchard. All right, guys, always remember, each and every one of us is a quantum being walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck.